¿Está listo? Okay.
Buenos días a todos. Queremos continuar la reunión acerca de el
Gracias, Oscar. Buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos a la reunión de tenemos básicamente dos documentos para ser presentados. Los dos son de la Delegación de México. Y básicamente, update de la carpeta técnica que aprobamos.
is a part of the technical notebook that we approved about the requirements of PVC. So to begin, I would like to ask, because it is already on screen, the document 3863. Please, can we open that document? And the delegation of Mexico, can you please present this document? Thank you, Rapporteur. We have two contributions along the same lines. The first one is a contribution to the technical notebook of guidelines and best practices to strategies, and this was approved in the resolution 245. So this document, the table of contents was submitted to the secretary, who is responsible to supervising all the acquisition processes. In the majority of the cases, all the items were covered, all the items in the technical notebook, and a recently approval agreement, actually in January this year, which is the agreement for ICT policy. The information is because the public administration, each institution executes their own budget. The regulatory framework is established as well as the limitations. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. Any comment from the floor? Now we have notebook 31, and I included this contribution from Mexico in the notebook. I believe it is not necessary to have a new approval. It's just an update of the notebook. I am going to send to you this update of the notebook just to make sure that the position of the text is correct within the document. If there is no additional comment, we will move to the second document presented by Mexico also, which is the answer to the questionnaire that was approved in a previous meeting, speaking about IPv6 as well. 3864 is the document. Mexico, can you present the document, please?
Gracias, señor relator.
As you were mentioning, Along the same lines, this contribution is about the questionnaire about the economic impact of the transition from IPv4 to IPv6. The questionnaire was submitted to the Secretariat in Mexico, and as such, this contribution is shorter than the previous one due to the limitations and the small amount of information that we were able to gather. It is important to mention that this regulatory framework that gave the results was recently approved, and this is why having a reform or any additional information that is important for this questionnaire, well, we are committed to include it in another informative document to be presented in the next PCC one. Thank you, Mexico. Any comment from the floor? As Mexico said, they will continue to answer this questionnaire for the next meeting, considering that we only had one administration answering this. My idea is that we make a new decision in this meeting to approve this questionnaire again and invite the other administrations to answer this questionnaire. If you look at the technical notebook, you will find a great deal of content, and it is interesting to look at it and add new topics to the notebook. These are the two documents that we had for this meeting. Oscar, I will update the notebook, a new decision with the questionnaire, and I'm going to send the rapporteurship of the meeting. If there is no additional comment, I give the floor to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. There are several documents for cybersecurity, vulnerability assessment, and critical infrastructure protection, rapporteurship. There are several, if you recall, there was a survey that was sent out for a second round. There are several documents related to personal data protection. Those document numbers are 3920, 3921, 3827, and 3842. So we'll take those, and 3908, sorry. We'll take those together. 3921 is the technical notebook for cybersecurity. Then we have an ITU document on study 17, which deals with security. That's number 3825. And then we have three presentations from SICTE, our sister organization in the OAS. Document numbers 391, 3932, 3961. When do we get that book? It appeared yesterday, I think, on the document. Probably one of those. It was known that this. preference, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so there are 2 or 3 documents from sick day, which, I don't know, is there anyone from sick day present? So they'll be noted in any case if no one's here to present them. Okay, I'd like to start with just noting 2 documents, 3827 and 3842. You don't have to project these. These are the responses that came in as contributions for the survey on personal data protection. 3827 from the United States, 3842 from Canada. But we can go to document 3920. 3920. Thank you. I put this document together based on the 7 survey responses that we received. First, after the Cusco meeting 2 meetings ago in 2015, several responses after the Washington, D.C. meeting in September of last year, and 2 responses input this meeting. So we have a total of 7 responses to the survey on legislation and regulations on personal data protection. In section, yeah, can you scroll up a little bit? The bullets that you see in chapter 2 of this introductory material. Responses were received from Argentina, Mexico, Peru, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, United States, and Canada. There's an extensive table at the end of the detailed answers to all the questions, specific references to laws, regulations in these countries, if they exist. I note that all 7 countries responding do have data protection laws in effect with corresponding regulations. 6 of the 7 countries have regulations corresponding to those laws in their country. 4 of the 7 countries responding have a single national protection or supervisory authority over personal data protection in the country. 4 of the 7 countries have a registry of personal information databases. The number of registered databases ranges widely from country to country. Those responding, some had 48, the lowest number was 48 databases registered with the authority. The largest was more than 200,000 personal databases registered with the government. Then there are some country-specific details which I have put into the bullets regarding specifics for Argentina, for Mexico, for the Dominican Republic, for the United States. And in conclusion, the responses received, we've received 7 at this point. The information provided indicates that personal data protection is a priority for the CETA member states. And additionally, some of the responses in particular reveal challenges to regulatory authorities in monitoring, protecting sometimes thousands of databases containing personal data. The member states within CETL are still encouraged to continue sharing this information on their country legislation, regulations, and best practices for our future working group meetings. Attached to the introduction document, you see actually 2 sets of responses because I couldn't fit all 7 on one line. So in the first several pages, you'll find the table. Starting there. Can't see all the way across, but first set of columns the answers to questions from Argentina, Mexico, Costa Rica, Peru, Dominican Republic. The second set of responses from the United States and Canada. Unless anyone wants to look at some specific detail or laws or regulations in a specific country, or if any of the countries responding that are present wish to discuss their responses, I'll entertain comments, questions now on the data. You can scroll through the rest of the document. Basically, if you recall, the survey was asking, are there laws in place within your country? Are there regulations that support those laws? Who are the contact people? Are there official databases within your country? And the number of those databases, the number of private companies that are registered with their databases. That was the extent of the survey, and this compiles all of the responses. So no questions or comments? There's additional information in the upcoming document that we'll consider, which also discusses personal data protection within the Americas. And there is a proposal in that document, so when we get to that proposal, we'll discuss it in the context of the survey. So if there are no other comments on the survey, we'll move on. Okay? We will move on. The next document then is document 3908 from Peru.
Gracias, presidente. En este documento son dos documentos, efectivamente un texto que resume también los resultados de la encuesta.
Results of the surveys about personal data. I believe that in this case, we duplicated the work. What Peru did was also a report regarding the results of the survey. We have gathered 6 answers to the questionnaire, to the survey, and there are some countries that were summarized in the previous survey that was not in ours. For example, United States was included in this survey, and the one that we have, and in our report, no, and in order to avoid any duplication of presentation, we can move to the presentation. So I would ask the administration if we can open the PowerPoint presentation and highlight some aspects that are different from what the United States already summarized. Thank you. Basically, I would like to go to the slide that speaks about capability integration model. Can we move to the next slide, please? That information that we saw in the previous one is mobile. Yes, this one. Basically, what we have tried to do with the presentation, with the information, well, we have to say we have a small amount of information as there are 6 countries. The previous one, please. Basically 6 countries, and what we've tried to do is establish a classification of the countries that send information regarding the level of progress that each country has in their regulations on personal data. This is a model, the capability maturity model integration, that establishes 5 categories in the implementation of products and services. This criteria has been used to test a classification of how each country is doing in the implementation of their own systems of personal data protection. And we have 5 possible categories: non-existent, beginning, defined, managed, and optimized. We have tried to test a classification based on the country reports. In our model, CMMI, we are considering the countries that do not have a law yet as the non-existent. Other countries that have a law that is approved, we are considering them as part of the beginning or initial phase. Those that have a regulation already defined, those that have an authority that is working as managed, and they already have a law and regulations. And optimized is when there is a national registry of personal databases. These are categories to discuss. And for debate, we did this in order to review the information from this database. Here we find the information of the 6 countries that we received, and the majority of them already have a law that has been approved. All that have reported information, 5 of them have a regulation. 5 of them already have a national authority to monitor, supervise, and register. And out of the 6 countries, 4 have significant progress in the implementation of the regulation regarding personal data in this small sample of the countries. Another graph that shows the level of implementation of this regulation in the countries that sent their information. We would like to highlight that there's a low level of response to the survey regarding the implementation, and the progress in the regulations related to personal data protection does not allow us to have a general overview of the region with regards to this topic. And we are also recommending to send the survey again. We're not proposing a decision or a resolution, but continuing with the work of creating this database, achieve a clear diagnosis of what is the situation of the regulations related with personal data in the region. This is a recommendation, and we have tried to avoid the duplicity. We should have coordinated to avoid this, because I understand the United States did an excellent job in doing this. Thank you, Rapporteur.
Thank you very much for your kind words about putting together the data. It wasn't actually the United States that did leadership of this working group that did so with the responses that had arrived. But I would also comment that Peru did an excellent job summarizing the results and creating a proposal for a classification responses, which wasn't part of the survey, but is additional useful information. Now the question, we have 2 questions, in my mind anyway. The first that is on the table for the proposal that we continue receiving input on personal data protection regarding the responses to these specific questions. We can do that, I guess, by announcement, or we can put forward another decision and this survey for another round until our next meeting, which is which is very soon, actually. In August, so we have another quick turnaround of responses if we agree to do that. The other question I have is what do you propose we do with this data? We currently don't have any special repository for it. I mean, Peru has taken on the task of summarizing this very nicely with outlines of the countries and diagrams and tables for colorized categories. So I think it's a very, very nice presentation and summary. We could create some sort of a document that archives these. One thing that comes to mind is we could insert this into the cybersecurity technical notebook, but the cybersecurity notebook is mostly best practices for cybersecurity. It's not really legislation and regulation. So I would separate those two topics. So I'm open to comments on any of those thoughts that I have. Jenna?
Thank you, Wayne. What was the intent from Peru when they started this effort?
Gracias, presidente.
The first purpose of this questionnaire was to explore what is the level of progress, of advance in our countries regarding personal data protection. Is a diagnosis. This is not a recommendation or a previous hypothesis regarding the results that would be obtained possibly after obtaining a general overview of what the situation is. We could think about something linked with the telecommunication sector, some type of document or recommendation, but at this point, it was basically exploration, a story, taking into consideration that the topic of security is a great concern as well as personal data topic, and especially in the sector of telecommunication, it's a very sensitive topic. We believe that we had the opportunity of having a good database with information from the member states in order to consider a recommendation linked with telecommunication topics and taking into account our scope as a CITEL group, especially limited to the telecommunication topic. But we are still in the first phase of exploring, and we would like to give the opportunity to the administrations that have not done this yet and invite them to send their information to the working group to have a more clear overview of what's happening in the region and gather more information. For now, there is no hypothesis or purpose for work. It was just a study and exploration.
It seems to me that because this information is important, but we have no idea how we're going to use it in the future, we should keep it in repository somewhere where we can figure out what to do with it in the future. I see that the notebook on cybersecurity, they have a section on it to include aspects of regulatory matters or legislation, even though it doesn't get into the details of the laws, only mentions that particular countries have legislation with regards to this topic. After all, the technical notebook contains good practices, best practices, information about cybersecurity, sometimes about standards related to cybersecurity. So it's a compendium of information. And I don't see why not. Maybe Wayne can have different perspectives. We could have information about legislation in other countries without getting into the specifics. Okay? Thank you.
First of all, any other comments regarding what to do, next steps? Not sure how to start this. There is a lot of detailed information in the responses regarding very specific numbers of laws and specific regulations on the laws. So we would be getting into some detail. My only concern is that we don't want to move into those gray areas. We've already moved into a gray area with SICTE on talking about CSERTs. Now we're actually moving into the gray area with REMHA on the legal aspects of within the OAS. So I don't think we want to focus very specifically on these areas. But my thought for going forward to the next meeting is you are the president of PCC1, and so I would expect that you, with the assistance of the rest of your administration, would keep good track of these things and the next responses. It is a responsibility of the rapporteur to create the summary report, but I think what you've done, you've gone one step further in proposing a structure for these responses. So if you would agree to contribute a similar contribution to the next meeting, and then we have a fuller document of all the new responses, then we can decide what to do with it at that point. If this is a pilot proposal for this meeting, maybe it can be firmed up at the next. Your thoughts, please?
Unión.
Gracias, Estados Unidos. Sí,
Thank you, United States. Yes,
totalmente de acuerdo y
we are in total agreement, and we hope to continue with this work, and we exhort the chairs in other countries to enrich this work, which could be useful since it is important information without prejudice of whatever advancements we might want in the future. And we've made important efforts. We have 6, 7 countries who have sent information. We've processed this information, so I think we can broaden the sample so that we can have a more general document with a higher level of detail in the answers.
I would like to make a remark. Wayne has indicated that we have got in trouble with SICTE. We don't want to do it with RENJA. If I see 7 member states, 6 member states that would like to discuss aspects of privacy, not about legislation, in a piece of paper for information, I cannot stop what the member states want. If the member states of CITEL want to discuss certs, why should I stop them from discussing certs? After all, SICTE is supposed to be counterterrorism organization. Of course, they deal also with cybersecurity. And there may be some overlapping, but we try to avoid overlapping. What I see here, in this case of this particular document, I see a summary of what administrations are doing, what countries are doing. We don't want to get into details of the legislation. We don't want to coordinate legislation. That belongs to another organization. So we have to be careful. I mean, CITEL is a member state organization, and as any other organization of the OAS, has a mandate. Canada, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think that's a very important point because we need to be aware of the challenges that we have faced with the ITU as well, and some friction that may have existed in the past between SICTE and CITEL. REMJA, the understanding of Canada, is not an organization per se, but a meeting of ministers of justice that deal with some legal aspects associated with cybersecurity and the work of SICTE. Of course, Mr. Chairman, there is a mandate by CITEL which is very clear. There is a resolution of the Organization of American States that established this tripartite working group on cybersecurity. What is very, very important is to ensure that SICTE, and in particular the regional office of the ITU, work in tandem to avoid any duplication of efforts, maximize the use of resources, and that any activities undertaken are within the respective mandates. Mr. Chairman, you are aware of the conversations we have had with Mr. Luc Dandurand, who is the head of the ICT Applications and Cybersecurity Division at the ITU, and we need to ensure that that coordination continues to avoid any friction, but most importantly, duplication of efforts. We understand SICTE's position, but we also understand that there are specific resolutions of the ITU that entitle the ITU to undertake search and consultations on cybersecurity matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Santiago. Yes, I certainly have no objection to discussing these. In fact, I don't see how we can discuss cybersecurity without discussing computer security, which is CSIRTs. You know, I think that's a given. We can't avoid the topic. We just recognize that there are sister organizations within the OAS that we have to coordinate with. But I would like to put forward my proposal again that maybe this, since we have 7 responses now and we have a coordinated example for a summary of this material for CTEL purposes, if we extend it to one more meeting and maybe make it a firmer proposal before we create a repository officially for this material. And as I said, since you're the president of the organization, I trust that this will happen. So I have full confidence. Any objections to moving forward this way? Any comments? So what we proposed is we expect a similar contribution from Peru and a proposal for a repository at the next meeting. No problems? Okay. Then I'd like to move on, since I'd like to finish this rapporteurship before we finish. The next document is 3825 from the ITU. Is there anyone from the ITU here to present it? If we could just display it. This is the summary report from the ITUT regarding study group 17 on security. And just to indicate that we've noted it, you can scroll through. This is a summary of their meeting in March of this year in Geneva. And within the cybersecurity technical notebook that we have some summary information on the activities of ITUT study group 17 on security, including cybersecurity. What I will do will be to look over this document and excerpt any relevant information for the cybersecurity notebook and publish a revision of the cybersecurity notebook at this meeting. Any comments on the ITU work on security? We thank the ITU for contributing this summary document to us. Final set of documents are from SICTE, the OAS's counterterrorism organization. There are 3 documents. Anyone from SICTE present to present these? The first is document 3931 from SICTE on cybersecurity, entitled titled, Are We Ready in Latin America and the Caribbean? Three nine, is that 3931? 3931. No. So, is there a PowerPoint? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay. These are 14 slides on cybersecurity, and are we ready cybersecurity-wise in Latin America and the Caribbean? There's no one here to present this. I suggest you look at this and the following two documents on your own. I'm not prepared to present these on behalf of SICTE, but I believe the Secretariat of CTEL had requested these documents for this meeting, specifically to coordinate the work between SICTE and CTEL on some of these cybersecurity issues, since we're both discussing matters of cybersecurity. Yes, if you just scroll through the slides, that's fine. The timeline for their work, the dimensions. Some of this material was presented at our last meeting in Washington, D.C. Belisario Contreras, who authored these slides, was present in Washington, D.C. and presented some of this very same material. So some of this you've seen before. And in addition to this document, there are two additional input documents from SICTE. Okay? The next document is 3932. The PowerPoint. And this one is entitled Cybersecurity Capacity Building Efforts. And this is additionally part of SICTE's program on education of cybersecurity and counterterrorism. Some of the initiatives they've taken, some of the seminars and education program, you can see here, capacity building. And there are 30 slides here, so we won't, stop there. Here you see a summary, here's SICTE, REMHA, and CTEL, which we discussed a few minutes ago. Those are the three sister organizations on counterterrorism, on legislation, and on telecommunications. So we see that there are overlaps, in discussions, but we need to coordinate among these three. You can continue to scroll up. Just generally their mission and some of their programs. But you can read these in detail on your own. The last one, which may or may not be an official document, but it's on the document list, is document 3961. You can change to 3961, the PowerPoint. And this final document, which is the final document for this group, is from SICTE on cybersecurity program efforts. It's more detail on their full program, not just their capacity building, for the time period of the last 3 years, 2014, 15, and 16. And there's summary material there. There are almost 40 slides in this presentation. So you can look at the details on their programs over the last several years. So unless there are any specific comments on the sick day programs, the cybersecurity group here will note these documents. Thank sick day, of course, for contributing this material. We'll take it for reference. From time to time, we do need to reference some sick day material as well as our own. That concludes the documents for this rapporteurship on cybersecurity. I remind the group that, or also to inform Oscar that there's one decision, which would be to continue the survey on personal data protection. Comments, questions? Oscar?
Do you have your technical notebook as part of the list of documents?
Yes,
Are you going to discuss it?
I can, yes, okay. You can project document 3921. I think I referred to the technical notebook on cybersecurity several times this morning. This is an updated version that was prepared for this meeting. There are several modifications to this document. The most significant modification to the cybersecurity notebook, which will be of interest to Mexico, is that an entire chapter has been added to the appendix of this document. I went over the last 5 years of meetings and found that an agreement that we had was not carried out. And so we had agreed to insert a number of best practices on CSIRTs and cybersecurity within Mexico into this document. It never has appeared. So in the very last chapter of this document, chapter 4, I believe, of the annex, way to the end, there is a chapter on Mexico's best practices. I encourage Mexico to take a close look at this because now this is several years old, so it may be needed to be updated, and if so, you can contribute against this material for the next meeting. But this is the major change to the notebook. I recall that there were several items that maybe needed to be added from this meeting, specifically maybe some ITU-T Study Group 17 material, and if so, I'll add that to it. Yes, those are the changes that were made. You can see scrolling down. Comments on the notebook? Okay. There's a second notebook under this rapporteurship on critical telecommunication infrastructure protection. And we haven't had any contributions to this for several meetings, or actually for several years. I encourage you to look at the critical infrastructure protection notebook and contribute to it with some best practices from your administrations. Critical infrastructure is a very important topic within cyber security and vulnerability protection. So we have not closed this notebook, and we would like to encourage contributions to it. Thank you. Canada.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the presentation of these documents. It's just a point of information about SICTE and how we need to work more closely with them. And this is not directly related to cybersecurity, but it's the role of SICTE and CITEL, which are both observers at the Governmental Advisory Committee of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Now, in addition, SICTE represents CITEL, it represents the OAS in the Cybersecurity Public Safety Working Group of ICANN. So it would be useful that the chairman of the cybersecurity working group could talk to the rapporteur on internet-related matters, which I believe is Argentina, to see how we can find out more, how we can work more closely in cooperation with SICTE. Because finally, to this extent, this participation in the GAC, it's not only about internet governance, it's starting to address issues related to the cybersecurity and public safety.
Thank you, Santiago. All of this discussion is being overheard by Oscar Leon, who's in the last row. So I think the relevant parties are taking note of what needs to be done going forward. Okay, Oscar.
With regards to the comment from Canada, I understand the executive secretary has taken note. I also, Oscar Merzano is here and he deals with internet aspects in detail. So what Canada suggested was that the rapporteur of security coordinate with the rapporteur on cybersecurity for possible positions of views in the other organization. So you guys maybe should talk. Thank you.
Okay. Recall, I'm not the rapporteur for cybersecurity. I'm just sitting in. But I'll pass it on. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Wayne. I understand that you are going to produce a decision. Okay, so with that, we conclude the work of the rapporteurship. We go back to plenary. I would like to discuss documents for approval at this plenary that will take to the PCC1 plenary this afternoon. Before I ask for the numbers, I will ask rapporteur by rapporteur to give me the numbers. Wayne has given me two numbers, two resolutions. One is 3916 R1 and 3972. Josefina, you have a document. Can I have the number, please? For a decision, I believe.
Sí, señor presidente.
Yes, Chair, the document is 3970. Geraldo, ¿cuál es su recomendación?
Do you know the number? Is it ready?
¿Está listo?
And it is just on the collaborative spaces 3905 revision 1.
3905 R1. We have a decision on the numbering, but it's probably not ready to remind the membership. And we have a decision from cybersecurity group. It may be done by this afternoon, but it won't be approved at this meeting. We present it on the next one. So first, I will request if you can open document 3916 R1.
You recall that this resolution comes from the rapporteurship on standards, conformity, and interoperability. This was a resolution contained in the document entitled Unblock Endorsement of Updated Reference Texts for Standards Previously Endorsed by CTEL PCC1. We reviewed 3916 revision 1. 3916 revision 1. Yes. Okay, this will be submitted by the working group to the plenary this afternoon. En bloc endorsement of updated reference text for standards previously endorsed by CTEL PCC 1. If you go to the next page, the resolution itself. Next page. Next page, please. Okay. I read the details of this yesterday. Nothing has changed. You can see that considering we've been discussing standards and endorsing them for 15 years now, that we've endorsed a total of 23 standards for consideration for implementation in the Americas region, that some of these have become outdated. And since each of these standards has a very specific reference text, some of these have been superseded. In total, 9 of the standards that we've endorsed have been superseded by newer, modified texts, either from the IETF or from the ITUT. I've detailed the changes that need to be made, and we're attempting to endorse these 9 updated references en bloc. So if you scroll, the recognizing and the resolves to endorse en bloc the latest versions of standards previously endorsed as referenced in the annex to this resolution, and replace the superseded versions in the endorsed standards reference listing. That's the, and instructs, finally, this working group to continue to review standards previously endorsed, our list, to make sure they're not outdated. And second, instructs this working group to continue to review the standards activities within standards development organization and provide additional cases for endorsing standards for the Americas. And attached is the annex of those 9 superseded standards where new versions are available and indicating which ones are currently in force. So that's the resolution. You can scroll through the whole document. The last one that was superseded is from, keep scrolling. It's from 2007. Post 2007, the standards that we've endorsed are still in force. So there's no issue with them.
How are you going to deal with the RFCs that have changed numbers?
Pardon me?
The RFCs that have changed numbers. Now you have them obsolete by 6116.
Yes.
So the latest number is the one that.
Yes, if an original was obsoleted, then we need to reference the new RFC.
No, what I'm asking is, are you going to update some text? Because in the case of ITU, the numbers is still the same. Maybe it's a different version. But in this case, the number changed completely.
Yeah. In our table of endorsed texts, I'll reference the new.
Okay.
And indicate. I'll still keep the original because for reference, I think we want to know when and where we originally endorsed it. I'll keep that reference as well. But the one in force, I think we want to put in the table.
It might help. Well, this resolution is like a record.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Hold on.
That's it.
That's it?
That's the end.
How many do you have?
9.
9 out of 20.
9 of 23.
23. Thank you. Any comments about this document? Hearing none, I will take this proposal to the plenary for approval. Thank you. Now we move to document 3972. This is a draft resolution, unblock endorsement of,
No, that's the same.
that's the same document. But it has the same number, 3972. It says that 3972 on the top. Scroll up. 3972.
Oh, maybe they give it a new number.
So we have two documents with the same number.
Interesting. Look at document log.
It's not there. 3972.
Oh, it's, no, sorry, it's 3969 is the one we want to look at. 39, I don't have a 3972. This doesn't go.
Maybe you, 3916?
3916 was the original version. Maybe they gave it a name.
Oh,
Yes, the other is 3969. That's the second resolution. So,
3969.
yeah, so if that first resolution has a new number, we'll use the new document, I guess. This one required a new number, 3969, because it's a new resolution, just drafted.
Okay, can you scroll down, please?
So this is,
What?
this is the draft resolution for completion of technical notebook on conformance and interoperability.
There's a mistake there. Item on agenda 4.3.
What's wrong? Oh,
What's wrong? There's a 1. This is your group, what you're saying, coming from the working group. In the plenary, you have
yes, I
or one.
understand. I understand.
minor mistake.
I think the plenary will
That's okay.
overlook that.
That's the first mistake. Keep scrolling down, please. Yes, precision.
Okay, this is the resolution that we've been discussing, conformance interoperability since 2010 for the last 6 years. That we've had quite a few contributions from the ITU on their conformance and interoperability program. That the rapporteur has contributed a number of contributions on the topic from our discussions here. You can scroll down. That we created this technical notebook as a repository for this information. And that we've contributed material on conformance interoperability. Scroll up a little bit, just one there. We've contributed conformance interoperability material to the IAPs, to the WTSA 12, and to 2 plenipotentiaries in Guadalajara and in Busan. Recognizing then that we've received this material, that we've socialized this material within CTEL PCC1, that we've not received any issues regarding interoperability from the member states within the Americas, that this technical notebook has served its purpose. So scroll down, please. Yes, so we resolved to close this notebook, but also to encourage member states to continue to share information on conformance and interoperability. We're not concluding discussion, we're just closing this notebook. That's the resolution.
Thank you. So you have document 3969 and 3972. Next document is 3970. it is a decision from the rapporteur on infrastructure, Josefina. By the way, is this document translated in English? No, not yet, right?
Sí, este documento está en español y en inglés.
Are you document in Spanish?
¿Lo puedo presentar desde aquí,
Yes,
presidente?
yes, you
Sí.
can present it in either language.
Este documento es un proyecto de decisión.
This document is a project for decision that speaks about the survey about the problematic cabling in the public way. It was presented by Peru, and it will be taken to the second plenary session by the president of the group. If we can please scroll down in the document this side, and I will speak number two, point number two and point number three that is assigned to this rapporteurship. Collect all the information about the results of the surveys in order to present it in the next meeting. And after that, in the annexes, we find the surveys for countries that present problems with the telecommunications wiring. It has various items on the second part. Can we please scroll? For countries that do not have a problem. And the third part, countries that do not present a problem and do not have specific regulation either. Chair, this is the document that will be taken to the plenary.
Thank you very much, Josefina. Any question about this document? Is Peru happy? Perfect. So we'll take this document to the plenary this afternoon. Next document is 3905R1. It's a recommendation. Geraldo?
Thank you, Chairman. This document is the draft recommendation regarding the IoT adoption. Just tell member states that we discussed yesterday in the rapporteurship. There were, based on the discussion, there were a few changes that are still in track changes in this file, just for everybody to see. And this is in the last page. Se puede bajar a la última página. So on the item 6, as we had discussed, we changed review to foster. And at the last part of the text, we added some text that I will read out. It's to communicate this recommendation to the member states for dissemination information purposes and provide member states requesting additional information on the IT and end-to-end services and frameworks collected by the rapporteurs for technological innovation and trends with the appropriate contact information. This is to address the concern raised by Colombia. So we have a way of contacting in case the administrations want to clarify any issues. Understanding this still has track changes, and understanding also that the document as it is submitted by the rapporteurs, probably we would have a revision 2 for the planner where we will change to document submitted by chair of the working group and also to clear these track changes. And there is another comment we added also some footnotes with the document numbers of the different documents we mentioned in the recognizement. So this is based on our discussion, and hopefully we can approve it as it is.
Thank you, Geraldo. You are telling me that you have revision 2.
No, sorry about that. What I mean is the revision 1 is still in track changes.
Okay.
Just to make it easier for people to see what we changed. But for the planner, I don't know if you prefer we do a revision 2 or not.
The planner should be without revision 1.
Yeah, so for that, there will be a revision, but it will be the same content.
Yeah. So when you do the revision 2, you accept the changes. Go to the top, please. To the top of the document, and you scroll up. There, stop there. Item of the agenda 4.3, no 4.3.5. You fix that. And accept the changes. Okay?
One other question is just, do we keep the background on this? Because before the draft recommendation,
No, my suggestion is that you have the main recommendation. And you can add the background as an annex or appendix. But normally when you take a document to the plenary is when you take what you're going to be asking for approval. Okay, thank you. So that will be R2. Now we have 2 more decisions that have not been drafted yet. One from the rapporteur on numbering and one from the rapporteur on cybersecurity. Both of them are reminders to the membership to fill questionnaires and surveys to progress the work. So I would expect to have those documents tomorrow. We're meeting tomorrow after lunch, I believe, in the afternoon, and before the closing plenary. Now, we are going to adjourn soon, but I would like to remind the rapporteurs that I need your reports by the end of today at the latest. You give me your report, right? And Geraldo, and you have 2 reports. And Josefina sent me something. You have 2 reports too. 2, and 1 of 5. I got 5 rapporteurships. 3 people. And that's 3 people that work like 6 is no problem. Well, if you have any other question, no, if that's the case, I would like to adjourn the meeting until tomorrow. As I said before, I will take 1, 2, 3, 4 documents to the plenary, the PCC1 plenary for approval this afternoon. Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.
This will be a love lasting for all time. Oh, you got to hold me. We can touch the sky and light the darkest day. Hold me. Only humans I can make sweet love this way. There's no more I can say. So baby, be mine. And I'll give you all I got to give. Baby, be mine. You're everything this world could be. The reason that I live. Baby, be mine. And I'll give you all I got to give. Baby, be mine. You're everything this world could be. The reason that I live.
die. Girl, you're every wonder of this world to me. Treasure time once still the way you lay into my heart. Lay your body close to mine. Let me fill you with my dreams. I can make you feel alright. Baby, please, gonna love you more each day. So I promise you tonight, you will always be the lady in my heart. That tenderness, let's make this night we won't forget. Girl, I need your sweet love. Out to ecstasy, hearts beat out ecstasy. Come to me, girl. I will keep you warm through the shadows of the night. Let me touch you with my love. I can make you feel so alive. Baby, please, even when you're
I
on
went,
the way,
I went
I
down a
will love
paragraph
you
and I
more
couldn't
each
figure out
day.
why I still have to
You
go.
will always be the lady. I want you to stay. Stay with me. Stay with me. When the world is on your shoulder, I'm straightening up the back. What you want to if you can hang with the people, then there ain't no room for you this far around. Cause we're the party people night and day. Giving praise, that's the only way. So tonight, gotta leave the 9 to 5 upon the shelf and just enjoy yourself. Let the madness in the music get to you. Life ain't so bad at all. If you leave it up the wall, like off the wall, and shout out all you want to. Cause there ain't no secret folks all getting out. If you take the chance and do it, then there ain't no one who's gonna put you down. Cause we're the party all night and day. Living great, that's the only way. So tonight, gotta leave the 9 to 5 upon the shelf and just enjoy yourself. Ooh, let the madness in the music get to you. Life ain't so bad at all. If you leave it off the wall. Do what you want to do. There ain't no rules, it's up to you. It's time to come alive. Party alright through the night. Alright, gotta hide your inhibition. Gotta let them rules deep inside the soul. Want to see an exhibition? Better do it now before you get too old. Cause we're the party from night and day. Living great, that's the only way. So tonight, gotta leave the 9 to 5 upon the shelf and just enjoy yourself. Ooh, let the madness in the music get to you. Life ain't so bad at all. You live
live it off the wall. Life ain't so bad at all. Life off the wall. Live your life off the wall. So tonight, gotta leave that 9 to 5 up on the shelf and just enjoy yourself. Groove. Let the madness in the music get to you. Life ain't so bad at all. If you leave it off the wall. Life ain't so bad at all. Life off the wall. Leave your life off the wall. Leave it off the wall. It's close to midnight, and something evil's lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, you see a sight that almost stops your heart. You try to scream, but terror takes a sound before you make it. You start to freeze as horror looks you right between the eyes. You're paralyzed. This is a thriller, thriller night, and no one's gonna save you from the beast about to strike. You know it's thriller, thriller night. You're fighting for your life inside a thriller, thriller tonight. Hear the door slam and realize there's nowhere left to run. Feel the cool air and wonder if you'll ever see the sun. You close your eyes and hope that this is just imagination. But all the while, you hear the creature creeping up behind. You're out of time, 'cause this is thriller, thriller night. There ain't no second chance against the thing with 40 eyes. You know it's thriller, thriller night. You're fighting for your life inside a thriller, thriller tonight. Night creatures crawl and the dead starts to walk in their masks and play. There's no escaping the jaws of got to be studying something too hard to get over. Too long to get under. You're stuck in the middle, and I think too hard to get over. Too long to get under. You're stuck in the middle, and I think. My baby to the doctor with a fever but nothing he found. By the time that's hit the street, they said she had a breakdown. Someone's always trying to stop my baby crying. Talking's really lying. You wanna be starting something? Said you wanna be starting something? You got to be starting something. Said you wanna be starting something? Got to be starting something. Too hard to get over. Too long to get under. You're stuck in the middle. to pretend that you're good when you always have to know her. You really can make an hater when you tongue back in the razor. Someone's always trying to keep a baby crying. Catchers couldn't declining. You got the baby crying. But you wanna be starting something. Got to be starting something. But you wanna be starting something. Got to be starting something. Too high to get over. Too low to get under. Stuck in the middle. And the pain is coming. Too high to get over. Too low to get under. You're stuck in the middle. And the pain is coming. You're a vegetable. You're a vegetable. So they hate you. You're a vegetable. You're just to be fair. You're a vegetable. They all do. You're a vegetable. The gene is always talking when nobody else is talking. Telling lies and rubbing shoulders, so they call her mouth the motor. Someone's always trying to stop a baby crying. Talking, spilling, spying, say you wanna be starting something. You wanna be starting something. Got to be starting something. Said you wanna be starting something. You got to be starting something. Hard to get over. Too low to get under. You're stuck in the middle. And the pain is coming. Too high to get over. Too low to get under. You're stuck in the middle. And the pain is coming. You're a vegetable. You're a vegetable. Till they hate you. You're a vegetable. Just to be fair. You're a vegetable. Be all of you. You're a vegetable. Baby, and don't have a baby, and don't think, baby, if you can't feed your baby, you'll be always trying to stop that child from crying. Husband stealing life, a baby slowly dying. You wanna be starting something, you got to be starting something. You wanna be starting something, you got to be starting something. Hard to get over, too low to get under. You're stuck in the middle, and the pain is coming. Too high to get over, too low to get under. You're stuck in the middle, and the pain is coming. I'm the same, I'm the same, I'm not the same. I'm the same, I'm the same, I'm not the same. I'm the same, I'm the same, I'm not the same. I'm the same, I'm the same, I'm not the same. I'm the same, I'm the same, I'm not the same. I'm the same, I'm the same, I'm not the same. I'm the same, I'm the same, I'm not the same. Gonna make a change for once in my life. It's gonna feel real good. Gonna make a difference. Gonna make it right. As I turn the collar on, favorite winter coat. This wind is blowing my mind. See the kids in the street, not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their needs? A summer disregard, a broken bottle top, and a one-man soul. They follow each other on the wind, 'cause they change his ways. And no message did I feel any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. close friend. Make all the things only with a band. So stick around, 'cause we might miss you when we grow tired of all this vision. You had your time, you had the power, you've yet to have your final star. Radio.
drink within a drink within a drink.
know what we are looking for. Another hero, another mind described behind the curtain in the pantomime. Hold the line. Does anybody want to take it anymore? Show must go on. Show must go on. Inside my heart is breaking. My makeup may be flaking, but my smile still stays on. Whatever happens, I leave it all to dance. I'm not a garden, not a failure romance. Not at all. Does anybody know what we are living for? I guess I'm learning. I must be warmer now. I'll soon returning. Run the corner now. Outside the dawn is breaking, right inside the dark I'm making to be free. Show must go on. Show must go on. Yeah. Inside my heart is breaking, my makeup may be flaking, but my smile still stays my soul is painted like the green of what every chance of yesterday will grow another time. I can fly on my show must go on. Show must go on. Yeah. I face it with a grin. I'm never giving in. On with the show. Show must go on.
Bueno, si nos pueden apagar la música, por favor. Yo invitaría entonces a John, si quieres venir aquí adelante, y Gonzalo también. Bueno, el día de hoy, en lo que nuestros relatores se van sentando, déjenme explicarles cómo vamos a funcionar. Eh, la primera parte de la sesión mm, va a ser para el grupo ad hoc sobre género. Ellos van a trabajar por primera vez el día de hoy. Y este grupo lo preside México. Es que México nos presentará sus documentos. Terminando entonces la sesión del grupo ad hoc, vamos a cambiar y vamos a empezar a trabajar en modo de plenaria.
3819.
Denominado ITU Women in the Standardization Group. ¿Hay algún representante de la UIT?
Is there a representative from the UIT here? Thank you, Chair. For UIT, it's a pleasure to collaborate in these work groups. With these documents, we want to remind the resolution 55 that came from the MDT of Dubai, where we established the normalization or standardization group for women, WISC. This group was established in the TISAC meeting last February, and it seeks to see that normalization and TICs are attractive for women and to provide opportunities to learn, to connect in in their professional development. I would like to mention that in this document we established that there are plans to have a meeting during the next MDT on October 16, jointly with other task force. So we invite you to invite during the next assembly in this work group. And with what you mentioned, I would like to say that the UTA, ITU has been continuously celebrating the Children's Day, which is available in many other countries, and each year it grows more. And in the near future, we hope that this also generates positive impact in which women can be more present in these types of careers. That's all. Thank you, IT. Any comments? Canada, thank you, Chair, rapporteurs. Just to make an observation and comment and thank ITU. In the context of ITU, there is a lot of work on gender. Amparo is witness of the efforts of Saitel in Busan for approval of 70 proposal. And we need to continue with that same approach and accomplish results. I would like to make reference to a new initiative from the ITU, which is called Action Plan to Close the Digital Gap, which is related with certain elements of implementation of the objectives of development objectives of the millennium. This is a relatively new initiative found in the ITU pages. Action plan to close the digital gender gap. And I think this is all very important because working together so that we don't replicate efforts and see what ITU is doing. And in this sense, the person, in my personal opinion, who knows more about the ITU is Doreen Bogdan, who has made extraordinary work in all these gender topics, and I think she would be an excellent point of contact to see how ITU can collaborate with Saitel and with this ad hoc group in the implementation of all these excellent initiatives. Finally, to conclude, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to see the composition of the new government in Canada, new cabinet, where 50% of the ministers are female. And we would like to mention this because we're very proud of a very concrete example, not only for gender equality, but also the multicultural approach of Canada. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. And I'll make a comment here because having worked many years in gender topics with politicians in our countries, I have felt very, very well with this new Canadian cabinet. My colleagues say, we don't find women, but I said, there are women. There are women. So I think Canada and this new Canadian scheme is an example that there are women, and we have to have the will to find these women to share the governmental tasks. I would like to congratulate through Santiago the Canadian government for a real example of gender equality and respect to differences. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Canada. Any other comment? Yes, ITU. Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank also the Canadian delegate for what he mentioned. Yes, ITU has many other actions than those shared in this document. This is mainly focused on this new work group that has been created, and with pleasure ratify what the delegate mentioned, that the ITU is available for any initiative or joint work that we could support or work together with Saitel, whether through Doreen or through our regional office here in the Americas. Thank you. Thank you, ITU. Well, so that we don't extend further our agenda, we will continue with the presentation of documents. Second following document that has already been presented. It's 3860. The ad hoc group was presented Tuesday during the first plenary session. The third document is 3861, Review 1. It's a critical route of activities, ad hoc group activities to apply TICS as a tool for women empowerment. This document shows, if we can project it, please. If you can go to the bottom of the first page, please. Next one, thank you. This document basically shows as a timeline the activities and dates for the road approved in 258 resolution as well as 259 in Washington. Right now, in terms of the timeline, we have developed 2 of the 9 activities. We established the coordination activities between Saitel by defining focal points and focal contacts through each commission. We prepared terms of reference for the situation as indicated by activity 2, which will present, and that will be presented in the ad hoc group. Also, in regards to the summoning, if you go to the next page, we're also showing the activities and dates of each phase of the summoning. You can see that we have concluded 2 of the phases. It was made official, that the summoning will be made official, and we have been communicating this through the administrations of Saitel, invitations by the executive secretary to join this project, among others. From the 1st to 31st of July, we'll be receiving the proposals to participate in this summoning, and in the following months, we will be reviewing and evaluating through the committees, evaluating and dictating committees
Esto es por parte de este documento
This is all for
3861.
this
El
document
siguiente
3861.
documento
The next
es un
document
proyecto de
is
resolución
a
para la planificación de
resolution
actividades del
for
anexo a la
activities of
resolución
the annex of
258.
Resolution
Es el documento
258. It's document
3840.
3840. Thirty-eight forty. Oh, 3940. I'm sorry.
Bien, este documento plasma la
This
necesidad
document shows the need
de modificar algunas de las
to
fechas
modify
de
some of the
realización de
dates,
algunas actividades
to
de la
carry out
hoja de
some of
ruta
the
con el
activities of
objetivo
the
de
timeline
flexibilizar los
to
tiempos establecidos para la ejecución de
provide
ciertas
more flexibility
actividades.
for the execution of some
Por lo que el
activities.
documento
So this
resuelve los
document
siguientes.
resolves the following. If you can go down to the resolutions, please.
Resuelve modificar las actividades números
To
3,
modify
4,
activities
5,
3, 4,
6 y
5,
9 del
6, and
punto
9
1 del
of
anexo
point 2 of the
a la
annex, to the resolution
resolución
PCC 1, resolution 258,
presentadas que contiene el calendario de la hoja de ruta
highlighted
2018 para el
that
desarrollo de
are
proyectos
contained in
recursos
the
humanos y
timeline
financieros
calendar for
para
the
promover
development
el acceso
of
a
human
supervisión
resource
y liderazgo de
financial
las mujeres
projects
en
to
el
promote
desarrollo de
access and use of
aprobado
leadership
en la
of women
reunión
in the development of TIC,
diciembre
approved
de este forum en Washington, de
in
acuerdo a la ley que se indica en el
CCP1
anexo del presente
Washington,
documento.
indicated in the annex,
El
as
segundo
indicated in
punto,
the annex of
sería la
this document.
Secretaría Ejecutiva
Second point,
para que realice la actualización de la hoja de ruta establecida en la resolución antes
establish
mencionada.
the resolution,
¿Hay algún comentario respecto
establish the
de
resolution
este
for
documento
these activities as
en la sala?
previously established. Any comments from the floor? If there are no comments, then we approve this project for resolution to modify the dates of the timeline. And we will go to, it will go to the plenary of the group, the development group.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair.
Y como último documento tenemos
And as the last document, we have document
eh, el documento 3942 revisado
3942, revised one.
es el siguiente proyecto de resolución sobre los términos de referencia
It
para
has to
la
do with terms of
consecución de un
reference
estudio situacional.
for
Cedo la palabra
a
a la
situational
presidenta
study
de Jueves
report,
para su presentación.
and I will now give the floor to the chair, to the vice president, to the co-chair. Part of the timeline contemplated to elaborate a situational study that could show evidence and strategic recommendations on how to institutionalize a transversal strategy in terms of gender in all work of CITEL. This draft, we're presenting this draft here. If you go down on the document to the resolution project, the decision project, we're calling it decision project so that we can have the flexibility once we identify the consultant who could lead the study to make some adjustments. When we were preparing the terms of reference for the summoning of, for the calling of the bidding, we couldn't change anything because it was strict and we called it resolution project. The decide, we can say that we approve the project described in Annex 1 to elaborate situational reports as a follow-up to Activity 2 of 2016-2018 and give the Secretariat of CITEL to carry out the work between the Inter-American Commission of Women and the ad hoc group to prepare the study and find the necessary funds to finance this project. We initially thought to carry out all of this year, but first finding the funds for this study will take us more time, and for this reason we made an adjustment to the timeline so that we can have resolved all these challenges this year and the study carried out during the first semester of 2017. Please go down to the annex. In the annex, you can see the initial proposal, which is to have a base of evidences to provide technical and political spaces in CITEL and provide guidelines in political and strategy spaces to implement the activities in the timeline and advance gender equality in CITEL and regulating tech organizations. For this, we're proposing this technical study. We're working, as Mexico mentioned, in the timeline together with the Inter-American Women Commission. Can we please go to the bottom? What are we looking for? We're looking to, these are the terms of reference, the project legal frame of work on the women in the sector of the TIC that could identify good practices and challenges that are existing, application of the normative to promote uh, and protect women on violence against women through the TICS, situation of the women in the participation and leadership section, level of institutionalization of gender approach in the organizations of telecommunications, TIC in the regional countries, and challenges and opportunities to create policies. This would be the scope of the study. We have identified several sources of information. Of course, these aren't, we can continue expanding on these. Please go to the sources of information. No, go to the bottom. We need to review the bibliography that we have. There's a survey that we passed a few years ago, and the idea would be to update it and resend it to the authorities and also interviews. Please continue going to the bottom. We have the activities that are pending. We need to fine tune the content of the study. This is why we're presenting it as a project so that it can have modifications once we have identified who would be the consultant working on this study, sent the survey, analyzed the existing literature, study the results, review the reports between CITEL SIM, review the preliminary results, and the idea is to have this study to be executed during the first semester of 2017. We feel that this study shouldn't cost more than $15,000. There's a challenge to find those $15,000. We are trying as the Dominican Republic administration to see the possibility of of finding or providing us financial support, but also finding other resources, maybe with a private sector, a university, or if another institution wants to join in and provide $100, and we will receive them. But this is something we will try to define and resolve this year. So I leave it to I leave this document to your consideration. I would like to reiterate that this is a document that will not be closed. It's it's a project so that we can make some modifications in the content of the study in itself, but obviously maintaining the objective of the study. Thank you very much. Also, at the end, we have the contents of the study, the report, and mention that we've had much support from the SIM hand by hand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Mexico.
Gracias, pues, yo creo que
Thank you.
el estudio es
I
de
think that
gran
the study
importancia.
is of vital importance, and
Está
it
varias
follows a trend that
organizaciones
several
internacionales
organizations,
respecto al tema de género.
international
Es una
organizations,
de
have been
las
following in terms of
prioridades que
gender
se tienen
approach.
también
This
en
is
las
one of the
Naciones
priorities that we
Unidas.
have in the
Y
United Nations.
pienso que sería
And I think
importante
that it would be
en
important
justamente en buscar enriquecer el
to
documento, se
look
señalara
for
cuál
to
es el
enrich this
impacto
document
esperado de los
and
estudios. Es
to
decir,
mention what is the
que puedan
outcome
observarse
expected from
claramente
this
para qué
report.
serviría,
What would be the
qué se va
use,
a hacer
or
con ese
what will we do
estudio
with that
y
study?
es importante,
It's
por
important,
supuesto,
of course,
tener un
to
diagnóstico
have
situacional,
a site
pero cuál
situational diagnostic,
sería
but what would be
el impacto, lo
the
que
impact,
permitiría
or
hacer este
what would
diagnóstico
allow for
situacional,
this
es,
situational diagnostic?
digamos, el,
Let's say,
la finalidad
what is the
del estudio que
end
quedara de manera
result
más clara específicamente
that
para
we're
poder incluso
expecting, so that
evaluar,
we can
establecer una
evaluate,
perspectiva
establishing a
del
perspective
estudio
on the use of the
y que no
study,
vaya a ser que se quede
so
como
that
un estudio
we
y nada
finish
más.
the study and then
Pero desde ahora ir
we
previendo
don't move from
cuál va
there.
a
But
ser
we need to, we,
el
it would be good to
impulso que
see
se va a
what
tener
will the
y hacia dónde
use
se van a apuntar.
be for this study, and where does this work aim at going.
Sí, muchas gracias,
Yes,
México.
thank you, Mexico.
Sí, gracias.
Canada,
Para sumarme a la
thank you.
presidencia de México,
And adding to Mexico's intervention, we need to measure the impact, so which is necessary for all these topics, but also an observation on the consultancy. And with all respect to my gender colleagues, I think that the consultancy should be carried out by a woman. Thank you.
muchas gracias, Canadá, por
Thank
su
you, Canada, for your
comentario
comments.
y para englobar
And
las
to
dos
encompass
preocupaciones,
both
cedo la
concerns,
palabra a la
I leave the chair with you.
Canadá.
Yes, Canada. Yes, we think that it's a women. I would like to say, I wanted to say consultant to be inclusive, but we have made progress in this um, topic. We've had two WebEx with Gloria Bunder, who is a teacher in a university. I'm not sure if she's going to be the one, but definitely we will do it with women, an experienced woman. And in terms of the objective, I apologize because I think I read it too fast. If you can go and upwards in the document, I think, Eric, that in some way a little bit higher. When we mention the objective to create a strategy to make progress in the transversality of the gender approach and right in the general agenda of CITEL and telecommunications organizations TIC, we want to contribute to this perspective in an international organization like a support suggestion to include recommendations to strengthen public policies on gender approach in TIC, and also this would be the overarching objective. And above, we can see to have resources to generate dialogue spaces with the main CITEL actors in different PTCs and actors in national spaces. I don't know if this responds to your question. Thank you, co-chair. Complementing to what Amparo mentioned, as mentioned before, there's two main objectives of this ad hoc group. One of them is presenting a summoning to recognize projects for gender approach and against violence of women, and the other one is establishing promoting gender approach within the CITEL agenda. This specific objective we want to accomplish from the 2018 timeline, but it should follow a process until the establishment of from the establishment of this situational study, and once it's done, taking into account the results that we obtain, then carry out the strategy of have transfers perspectives in the agenda of Citel. This is the objective of this situational study and why we think it's so important to get it.
Mexico, please. Thank you. What I was talking about is even though we have these perspectives many times for the consultant, the work that is going to be done, well, what really helps is the format of the final submission. If it's going to be a guide of best practices, if it's going to be a number of recommendations of public policies, establishing that element within the requirements for the research helps to know this final document. What is the structure? Who is the audience? To use it better. Thank you, Mexico, for your comment. We're taking note. And we leave this document as flexible to continue including the comments that are presented. Thank you. Any other comments? If there are no additional comments, I now pass this document for the plenary session for its approval within the development working group. Vice Chair, you have the floor. If there are no objections, we would then approve this document, this project for resolution. If there are no additional comments, this goes to the plenary session then. Thank you. These were the 5 documents for point 4.5. If there are no additional comments, we adjourn the session of the ad hoc group. Thank you, and thank you for your time. I now give the floor to Madam Chair for the Development Group. Thank you, Mexico. We are not in plenary yet. We are pre-approving in the working group. I would like, before we finalize this, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of Mexico, the colleagues. Truly, they have taken this work seriously, and now we're taking small steps and also larger steps. And there is good synergy between the Secretariat in Mexico and other administrations as well, and the Women Inter-American Commission as well. Thank you very much. Now we will go into the plenary session of Development Group, and I give the floor to Mr. Jonathan for him to guide the presentation of the documents and resolutions that we have as part of the rapporteurship for prevention.
I was not accustomed to a microphone that does not have an on-off button, and it does not have a red light. So I was making technical consultations. Good morning, everyone. As you recall, we met on our first meeting, and there were contributions. A couple were draft resolutions, which, because the issues were all related, the group decided to consider them all and return today. Several administrations had offline discussions, I am told, and they have made some modifications, and these will appear as revisions to the input contributions. This morning, we have 4 documents to discuss. One is from the ITU, document 3816 from ITU. Then we will consider document 3879, revision 1,
3879 Revision 1, then 3880 Revision 1, and then 3913. 3913. Did anyone have a contribution I did not list for consideration? I think we're up to date. Okay, thank you very much. Let's begin with ITU. Would you kindly introduce your document 3816, please?
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Este
Chair,
documento
this document,
es una representación, yo recuerdo que ya lo había presentado.
I recall that I presented this in the previous meeting and I commented on the earthquake in Guatemala. So I know that we have a limited amount of time, so I wouldn't want to do it again. But if there are any questions, I'm here for any clarifications.
Thank you, AT. You know, I realize that, but somehow I had gotten a message this morning to add this document to our list. I apologize. Are there any comments on the document, the contribution that the ITU had discussed at our earlier meeting? Any comments from the room, please? No? Thank you very much. Thank you because we do have to obey our time management. Let's move to document 3879, revision 1. 79, revision 1. And I think the original contribution was the Dominican Republic, and they have since collaborated with other administrations, and the revision now has Dominican Republic, United States. Would one of those two administrations like to discuss the revision 1 of 3879, please? Dominican Republic, please, or you can both do it if you start with one and then we'll go to the other. How's that?
Puede empezar uno y luego el otro. Just one quick comment. As you very well said, we were in a working session that was offline, and it was a document that presents a draft resolution. We have reviewed 13879 revision 1, and we worked together with the delegation of the United States, and we would like to thank all the effort and the support that we have received from this delegation, especially Joe Borton, for all of your suggestions to the document. He's the master. We understand that this draft resolution is now more solid and robust, and the idea, and I now give the floor to Joe so that he can speak a little bit more about the document. Right now it's only in English, so he can give a little bit more detail about the resolve at the end of the document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. United States, please.
And I would wish to thank the Dominican Republic for its excellent proposal for a structure to oversee preparedness activities within CETEL. And it was an honor to work with you to draft this, to bring this proposal, this joint proposal of the Dominican Republic and the United States. I'd be happy to go through the resolution very quickly.
United States, I think since it is available only in English, it would be useful if you could give a review of the revised document, please.
Okay. The change is for a coordinating group for preparedness within CETEL. And within that group, that's a voluntary group that can be made up of any administration throughout the region that wishes to participate. It's considering our prior resolution 255 of ongoing activities and next steps. And it puts a structure to work on those activities is what we are trying to achieve. So it creates a preparedness coordination group. This resolution 3879 is combined now with 3915. So those have been brought together in 3879. And first we recognize that the CETEL Secretariat is the focal point for increasing preparedness and capacity building. So that's most important, is under preparedness, we want to increase preparedness and capacity building, and also have a way for the Secretariat to create opportunities for greater collaboration when disasters strike. So it is a two-pronged strategy. We have also integrated the document I presented the other day, 3913, the roster of experts, into this proposal because it will form the basis for this group to assess where the interests are of administrations in many areas of disaster preparedness. And we will like to have the CTEL Secretariat send the roster to all administrations, have the administrations fill that out, and there are a number of fields here that we want to verify. You know, are the administrations interested in emergency communications plans, interested in greater coordination with stakeholders, interested in learning more about network damage assessment, interested in early alerting? Is there an interest in resilience planning or learning about pre-positioning and all of the policies that enable this? How do we create those policies in that environment that enables restoration? So those are some of the fields on the roster of experts, but the idea is that the CTEL Secretariat sends the roster of experts out, they compile it, this preparedness coordination group reviews those responses and looks at the potential gaps in experience and the interests, and then we look at designing capacity building efforts that could be on a phone call or a CTEL WebEx, you know, with the assistance of the CTEL Secretariat. They could be in workshops, training, capacity building, and even exercises. Now, this would be closely coordinated with the ITU's excellent existing efforts. So that's one important thing, is this will form, you know, this group looks at the roster and looks at next steps on capacity building. And then with this resolution, we asked the Secretariat to create email groups, one for preparedness and one for response, with the idea that people interested in those areas in the administrations can network with one another before a disaster so that they might ask questions or learn, or even in the event of a disaster, get on the email group and request assistance or offer assistance. So the idea is that CTEL can be an important place to offer a space for greater networking and preparedness. And also, this resolution proposes that the that the CTEL Secretariat establish a pilot that is yeah, please.
Forgive the interruption, United
No.
States, but please indicate in the document where you're reading, because they did not have benefit of the Spanish version.
I'm so
and I will
sorry.
help the audience. The email experts group on preparedness and response, the United States is referring to item 3 under G, item 3 on page 2. Please continue. Sorry for the interruption.
Great. So just to follow the document now, and my apologies to everyone. Let's see. Yes. Okay. So G just starts with the activities of the preparedness coordination group. And those next items are those activities. And I will briefly, I promise, go through that. So first is introduce member states to institutions, authorities, or commissions who might assist. What's most important about this is it's done in advance of a disaster. We know them, we know what they can do, and how we might work with them, and they know us. Number 2G, to examine, this is when we examine the roster of experts' responses in all of those areas, look at capacity building, and then design programs going forward with activities, training, exercises, and especially ongoing WebEx calls, which may be most efficient, in close coordination with the CTEL Secretariat and the ITU. Number 3, that's where the experts email group is established. And there are two groups, like I mentioned, one for preparedness, one for response. And this will help in interested administrations, people in those administrations, to engage one another, ask questions, learn from each other, and if a disaster strikes, to offer assistance. Number 4, just supporting that the group may invite specialists or institutions with specific expertise, the ones we've identified, to participate in any activity. Number 5, we will keep CTEL informed on the preparedness and capacity building activities and could make an annual report of the work that's done, all of the activities we undertake. Number 6, basically we're prepared, the group will be prepared to undertake the activities that are important to CTEL and its administrations. And moving my laptop down. That's it. Okay. So those are the main activities. We are excited to have a structure to move many of these forward and look forward to engaging. And I'm really proud to submit this in conjunction with, well, with the Dominican Republic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States. Dominican Republic, did you want to add anything in closing on this document? Thank you very much. Well, first of all, are there any comments from the room on the revised combined version from anyone? No? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, today's a little bit different than normal. I would not normally ask the member state to go into such detail on a draft resolution because you all have it and read it. But today you do not all have it. It's only available in English. In a minute, I'm going to ask you all, can we approve this draft resolution? And what you need to understand is you do not yet have it in Spanish. I don't know the English for Hispanoparlantes, but if the Hispanoparlantes se pueden apoyar the draft resolution, it is my understanding, Madam Chair, that we are right now in plenary session of the Working Group on Development. And that means two things. We can approve it if you decide to approve it. We'll go to plenary session from Working Group on Development plenary. If you do not decide to approve it, then the only other option, if there's modifications or changes, that has to be taken up at plenary of PCC1. So with that understanding, before I ask for your approval, are there any comments on the revision to document 3879? Okay, now I must ask you, can we approve this draft resolution, please, as it is? Are there any objections to approving it? No? Thank you very much. 3879, revision 1 is approved. Thank you. Please, let's continue with 3880, revision 1. And this document was presented, but now we have a revision 1. The contribution is from the Dominican Republic and Mexico. Would one of these administrations please describe the revised document? Dominican Republic, please.
Sí, gracias, señor presidente. Sí, como bien indicaba, eso es una revisión 1 del documento ya presentado en la pasada reunión del Grupo de Desarrollo. En esta
We presented in the first meeting for disaster prevention, and what we added were some small mistakes were corrected, and they were pointed out by the delegation of Paraguay. So the results is practically intact. It's exactly the same with the comments of the executive secretary of CITEL regarding the way in which we take this to the PCC2 for it to be analyzed and studied by such a committee. If any delegation has a question or comment or concern, we can address that at this moment. The idea behind this document is that there is a continuous need to establish provisions for harmonized frequency in the region of the Americas in order to implement advanced solutions for the disaster relief activities. I submit this now for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. I've checked immediately before this meeting and just now, and it's my understanding the revision is still only available in English, correct?
No, no, este documento tiene, veo que tiene la revisión tanto en español como en
It's both in English and Spanish.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that makes it easier. Any comments on the revision document? Canada, please.
Revisión Canadá, adelante. Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask for clarification. This is a resolution of PCC 1 and asking PCC 2 to make the relevant decisions. And I ask this because the orbital positions, this would be a competence of the PCC 2. I don't know if I'm mistaken in my question. Maybe you have discussed this already, but again, I would like to ask if this is a resolution of PCC 1 regarding topics that are the competence of the PCC 2, and if this is the case, are we going to invite PCC 2 to discuss this topic? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. I believe your intervention goes directly to resolves 2 and 3. Dominican Republic, could you respond, please?
Sí, gracias. Sí, realmente
Thank you.
en el resuelve lo que se
In the resolve part, we request the PCC to send the executive secretariat to send this to the PCC2. This is to request a report from the PCC2 that could be returned to PCC1, where there is identification and study a number of options to identify frequencies and bands. This is both in English and Spanish in the resolve area. Here, I don't know if I was able to clarify your question. Thank you. Canada. Thank you. And again, I acknowledge that this topic is urgent. It is important. I don't know if Colombia is here, who is responsible of PCC2. A meeting is taking place in Bogota so that you have the opportunity of discussing this topic, knowing that everything that is related with the World Conference of Radio, including the location of frequencies, is a topic that addressed by the PCC2, and especially for the topics of the agenda for the next CMR conference. And because in PCC2 and CMR are so specific in the topics of their agendas, it would be important to see how in the next meeting of PCC2 we could advance and move forward with this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. Other comments? Colombia, please.
Muchas gracias. Tomamos nota.
Thank you. We take note of this comment and we will add whatever is required.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Are there other concerns or comments on revised document? No? Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Canada, for pointing out the issue. I think at this time I should ask, can we approve this draft resolution as it's presented in revision 1? Are there any objections to approving the draft resolution as it appears in revision 1? No? Thank you very much. 3880 revision 1 is approved. Thank you very much, Dominican Republic, for working and combining the several contributions and coming up with something that reaches consensus. We have one last document. Please, 3913. 3913 is and that is the United States. Would you please continue with 3913?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I started to present this at the last meeting, but I did not introduce the document very well. What we had voted on prior to do in Washington, D.C. to create a roster of experts. That is true, but I did not mention that we hope that the responses to this roster of experts will form the basis to create capacity building activities that are targeted to the interests and the needs of CTEL administrations. So we would like for the Executive Secretariat to send out this roster to all administrations, and for all administrations to mark whether an individual has experience with the various areas or has an interest in learning about them, and then name the people who might, enlist the contacts and name the people with whom we can get in touch with, possibly either to include these individuals in the email groups in the resolution for preparedness or response, or to invite them to, or to just to plan CTEL calls on the WebEx or seminars or workshops or exercises. So next down one page starts to list the categories. And this is where we hope administrations can advise if we have included the areas that they are interested in. Each one of these fields is an area of disaster response, disaster preparation and response. So, under preparedness, national emergency planning, just the national plan. Planning for network redundancy and especially network resilience. Are people interested in pre-positioning? And next, what are the priorities for restoration? Also, alerting. And and what we'd like is if everyone could take a look at this now or later. We just want to make sure that it includes all of those areas. But is there an interest in learning more about alerting, or including geological or meteorological early warnings in the systems? And next, is there an interest in creating policies that enable restoration of communications, including ensuring that communications that comes from outside, it can enter in an expedited fashion, that spectrum can be deconflicted with all of the responders. Responders could have access, credentialing, and immigration support. Next, information sharing policies. Is there an interest in policies that will enable greater coordination? Coordination with other government agencies? Does anyone, and if we can move down one page. Coordination within the government, coordination with the carriers, coordination with the many stakeholders, and coordination with foreign organizations and governments and the UN that may wish to help. Also, any interest in training and exercise, such as with stakeholders, testing of national emergency communications networks, coordinating within the government. Again, some of these can be combined, like for preparedness and response. We want a document that's very simple, and if colleagues see opportunities to combine these fields to make it easy, please let me know. But again, coordination with all parties during response. And the next one down at the bottom of the page, situational awareness. This one's very important. And the concept of situational awareness reporting and mechanisms, outage reporting mechanisms, analysis and information sharing mechanisms, communications with external stakeholders, and with regards to restoration, how will you govern or coordinate the restoration? How do you do the network damage assessment? How do you prioritize which sites will be restored? How do you manage the frequency aspects of response, including licensing, expedited frequency, and type approvals, or emergency spectrum management to prevent interference, or expedited licensing approvals? And are you looking at power? Are you identifying where the gaps may be and have any pre-positioned power sources? So those are the fields we had, but it's important that that administrations look at this and say, does this have the fields we need? Are there others that we need to learn? Can this be simplified and combined? We would appreciate everyone's thoughts before having the Secretariat send it out, but it will form the basis for capacity building efforts going forward and for linking colleagues within the CTEL administrations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States, for putting together a draft template for roster of experts. I've been consulting with Madam Chairman of the Working Group on Development. We will contact the CTEL Secretariat offline to see if they would prepare this draft template in Spanish too, to be circulated to member states. But in the meantime, I don't want that to delay the circulation if we want to get this to people. Based on the format, I do not think that this room needs to approve or disapprove such a thing. It's just a contribution, a very valuable contribution. And I would note that United States mentioned if the template, if you see something that needs adjusted in the template, add something, take something out, combine something. I did hear the United States say that they have the flexibility to adjust the template to reflect the interests of member states. Please work offline with US. Noting the time, another group has to continue, so I want to wrap this up before I close the rapporteurship. Are there any? I'm sorry, go ahead, Madam Chairman.
Sí, gracias, señor relator. Solamente una consulta.
Just one question. This questionnaire, is this going to be sent by CITEL Secretariat? If this is the case, we need a decision. Hemos considerado esto. Ya.
Yeah, we consulted with a couple of the member states, consulted with the Secretariat, and in the second paragraph, I'm sorry, the third paragraph, it says that the CTEL Executive Secretariat will send the final roster of experts questionnaire, and then in the fourth paragraph, it'll combine the responses. It's in there. United States, please.
Also, in Resolution 3879, it did direct the Secretariat to send the questionnaire too, if that
we've
works.
already considered this. So looking at the clock and trying to remain brief, are there any other comments before we finish this particular rapporteurship from the room? Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your approval. And Madam Chairman, that concludes this rapporteurship. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States, both John and Jonathan, and Dominican Republic. I believe we are moving forward. This is another rapporteurship that is fine-tuning the focus of the work, and for the region, it will be truly helpful for all of us. Thank you all from the presidency of the group, and congratulations for the excellent work. I now give the floor to a rapporteur for the broadband group for social inclusion. We continue in plenary session.
Thank you, Chair. From the session we had yesterday, we had 6 documents pending. I'm sorry, we're not in the rapporteurship. We're reporting to the chair of the group. We have 3 decision projects, 2 resolution projects, and 1 recommendation. I would like to start with 2 documents from Mexico. The first one is 3883. It's about accessibility, and I would invite Mexico to present.
Sí, señor. Gracias, relator.
The rapporteur from Mexico,
Quien estuviera presentando el cuestionario.
who would be presenting the questionnaire.
El Instituto
Thank you. This survey has a reviewed version, which we will upload later. I don't know if you can help me by going to the decision, please. No, this is the annex above. Thank you. Yesterday during the session, what we were requested is to have literals A and B of the first paragraph to be part of the considerations so that the decision is clean, only requesting the Secretariat of CITEL to distribute the survey with the member states to point out that those who haven't done so, because some have already done to do so, and we are adding the point of contact and the date of October this year, so that this questionnaire created by ICT takes place in Mexico next year. So in general terms, it's a questionnaire that seeks at learning about the progress in the policies and actions in each country in benefit of disabled people to generate accessibility. Thank you. I would like to consult the chair if it's possible to approve this document so that we may introduce these changes, which are more form editorial. And there's a review one that hasn't been uploaded, but we already have it in order to take advantage and review and approve this questionnaire and take it to the plenary, and so we don't see it again in the group work, in the work group. I don't know if the chair, the presidency agrees with this, and all participants in this plenary as well. Well, if there are no objections, we could approve this document for its review to upload it as soon as possible today. Yes, it will be uploaded today. Thank you, Mexico. Rapporteur. Thank you. Now we will take the document 3883 review one. We will take it to the plenary. We continue with, we have a second document, which is the 3943, which is a decision project as well, presented by Mexico. Of regional initiatives. Thank you, Rapporteur. On this 3943 document, we presented it during the session of Tuesday, and there was an observation in terms of the first part to determine dates. So there's a revision that we need to upload, but we already worked on this on Tuesday, and we included the observation made during the meeting of last Tuesday. So we will shortly upload this document. Thank you. I would ask the representative of Mexico, what was the modification? So as to know if we could approve it at this point. Sure. What we added in the Decide A is that this register of projects starts in 2017. That would be the proposal, the modification, and that we submit for consideration. So this register of projects, I understand that we spoke in the previous version that information or projects or report each presented would be presented every 6 months. What we would be adding in A is that we will start reporting as of January 2017. Yes, that's correct. That would be the proposal. Are there any comments? Canada? Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mexico. Just a question in terms of the regional initiatives, because there are several documents prepared by the Bureau of ITU Development referring to the regional initiatives reflected in the to buy action plan. And if I understand currently, the process right now, and that will be effective for the Americas meeting in Paraguay, which is not clear if it's going to be in February or March, in which the region of the Americas will identify the 5 initiatives that will be presented for consideration of the World Development Conference in Argentina. So simply to clarify, if what we're requesting from the ITU is an update of the implementation of those projects that came forth from the action plan, to buy action plan, or if it will include some other topics that weren't considered in that action plan. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. I understand that the first objective in A is to keep a registry. The second one includes a request from member states and the regional ITU office to request information of implemented projects to learn about the obtained results, impact on the population, improvement in the process, etc. I don't know if this information is of general interest or of what Canada was mentioning. Can Mexico clarify this point, please? Thank you, Chair. We agree with the observation from the Canadian delegate. The conclusions and proposal that we made when we presented this document was to establish a date to allow us to make a cut of the documents received and to have a system within the PCC1 to follow up to these regional initiatives. So just to mention this in this meeting, we would be in letter B of the first decides, we would add that we would have a first cut or a first balance of presented projects in the meeting of the PCC1 before the first preparatory meeting of the World Development meeting of telecommunications. We would consider this the first adding from January 2017, and we would establish this on letter B to start compiling these projects starting as of now, because Mexico also presented a document where there are several follow-up to these initiatives that we could review, and it would be the first balance of the PCC1 meeting previous to the preparatory meeting of the telecommunications world meeting in 2017. If the floor agrees, we would proceed to make the change, and we wouldn't present it in plenary. Or I don't know if we would have another group meeting, or then then we would present it to the plenary. Thank you, Mexico. I don't know if this responds to the question from Canada. If there's no other questions or comments, I propose we follow the same formula with the previous document. Since the change being added is simple, which is adding a cut date for the first decide, proposing to approving the document and adding the changes in a review one. So we approve 3943 with a review one that will move to the plenary of PTC one. We move now to decision projects. There's a document 3971, which is a decision, a very simple decision linked to a technical folder, technical file from Colombia. I invite the delegation to comment. I don't know if it's necessary to go deep into this topic. This is a technical file on access. On applications, on equality. It was presented yesterday, and what we requested from the delegation is to present or formalize the request to the administration so that they can send contributions to this file, this folder. This is on the first decide. Do we have it on screen? Request the member states to send their contributions to the technical folder to continue compiling the information. We establish a point of contact, which is Francis Marcian, and point two, which is request the Secretariat to distribute the decision to the administration. It's simple. I don't know if there's a comment on this document. If there's no comments, then we approve this document, and we continue with the following documents. We have 3 decisions approved for the plenary. I would like to continue with 3877, which is a recommendation from Mexico linked with a decision ITU. This is the document 3877, in which we have a review 3. This document has recommendations and invitations. We can go to the recommendations part, please. In the part of recommendations, it says to promote within the member states the option or adopt a role, an active role. This does not promote or adopt. In the ITU 19, it says promote to adopt, but it should say promote the adoption of the ITU D19. Promote coordinated actions for the resolution of ITU D19 through documentation, systematization of results and experiences of national initiatives related to the instrumentalization of the ITU D19 in terms of development of small operators, not-for-profit, that serve communication needs to those areas, conclusion of agreements for collaboration and support actions with participation by multiple concerned parties for the generation of pilot projects related to the above mentioned aspects of recommendation ITU T19C, the identification radio spectrum normative and management models that are appropriate for implementation of the above mentioned aspects of recommendation ITU T19. Those are the results. Uh, there's a resolve and an invite part. In the considering part, we're inviting member states to contribute to the documentation, systemization, and communication of the experiences of, and recommendations of the ITU D19 and the Secretariat of CITEL to promote collaboration and cooperation activities from the regional office and the member states and multiple interested parts, referring to Resolve 1, and provide a report regarding the results of this resolution. And finally, invites the group. The invite is much simpler now to the member states to collaborate in implementation of this resolution. This is the content of this document that we reviewed. This recommendation that we reviewed yesterday. It has a review 3, which is 3877. I don't know if there's a comment. Canada, please. Thank you, Chair. Simply an observation, an editorial comment in the resolve 2. Instructs to, it says collaboration of multiple parties concerned. The question is if that description refers to what in English we call all stakeholders. Thank you. That's an editing question because we have in Spanish multiple interested parties, so I assume it would be multiple stakeholders. So in English, I would recommend to use multiple stakeholders or all stakeholders. Okay. Is there a comment from Mexico on this? I don't know if there's another comment. With that editorial correction to the English version, then we will be approving this recommendation. I don't know if there's a comment, Mexico. Thank you, Chair. We feel that this resolution that was approved yesterday, maybe there was an update on this one. We haven't had an update. We had noticed that El Salvador wanted to add some comments, but I asked the delegate of El Salvador if you agree with the text as it is. Unfortunately, the person responsible for the group is not here in the facilities, so I couldn't provide an opinion right now. Thank you. I'll ask Mexico to include that editorial correction in English. And if there is an opportunity for El Salvador to incorporate its comment, it will have to be in the plenary. There's an additional possibility to propose comments to this project for recommendations. So we approve with with these comments. And then we have two resolutions. I don't know how we're doing with time. We have 10 minutes. So we have a recommendation, two resolutions. One is a resolution that is a result of the fusion of three proposals of the seminar. One is a proposal from the United States, one from Peru, and one a proposal from Mexico. Finally, we have managed to jointly compile this in 3826. I think it's only available in English right now. Would like to invite the delegation of the United States to explain a little bit about the changes that have.
Yes, as mentioned, this is document 3826. Revision 1 is a joint proposal now from Mexico, Peru, and the United States. And we appreciate the input we received from our colleagues to include two additional topics for discussion in this proposed workshop. If we can scroll down to the annex. Sí, un poco más. Perfect. So in number 3, we added the topic of the deployment of national transport networks and backbone networks in the discussion. And number 6, a discussion of the financing mechanisms and the procedures for support of regional projects. And in the other change that we also clarified in this proposal, if we can go to the results. In number 2, we designate Michelle Bailey from the United States, Carlos Sanchez from Peru, and Solana de Aspiazu, the rapporteur of the group, as the points of contact. We will have to add Solana's name to the results section. So we look forward to the support of our colleagues in CETEL on this workshop and hope that it will be very helpful in advancing our goals of region of increasing connectivity. Thank you.
En el documento estaba.
This document, thank you, United States. This document has pending the point of contact from Mexico, but I don't know if Mexico is suggesting somebody or will it be just the rapporteur. So then, in the resolve 2, we need to modify the representative. It wouldn't be Mexico, but it would be the rapporteur of regional initiatives. Those would be the 3 points of contact. I don't know if the United States can introduce that modification, which would be a review 2 for this resolution project, which would be a seminar to carry out during the next meeting of PCC1 on Monday, where we would see topics related to broadband infrastructure, applications in broadband, and methodological aspects regarding to financing. I think this will be an excellent opportunity to exchange experiences and information regarding how we're making progress in developing broadband in the region. Any other comment? Then we will approve it with a review 2. We will bring it to the plenary and we'll suggest to the United States to enter the modification so we can place it on the collaborative space. We have one more decision. I don't know if we have time. Resolution 3826 R1. Sorry. It's 12:30. Maybe we can push it 5 more minutes to review. Document 3836. Thanks to the interpreters for their understanding. We have one more document. We have index for broadband. This is a document proposed by Peru, which Mexico made 3 observations. One of them had to do with including the index in the questionnaire the mentioning of policies addressed to promoting operators, community operators, rural operators, and I understand this has been added to the questionnaire, as well as an editorial correction to the use of the word regulation to use regulations in general. It's a term in Spanish. It's an editorial change. These are the two corrections. Adding to the delegate of Peru, in what part of the questionnaire did you enter the changes? Thank you, Chair. Yes, the index has 2 sections. One section for analysis of products, performance of broadband, and in this section, there's associated questions to tools and policies. So in part 5, we have the changes. There's a specific reference, and it's generic, so that delegations can place it specific, but it's generic on whether there are benefits or special programs for rural areas. In this question also, you can specify the aspects reviewed in the previous meeting, and then in the next questions that have to do with regulations, we've added regulations or normatives to have both scenarios. Thank you, Peru. I don't know if with this modification Mexico agrees, who were the ones who made the observation for this document. It's very generic now in terms of generating specific benefits for rural areas. Mexico was referring to spectrum policies and policies are oriented to rural community operators, but there could be more policy instruments for rural areas. So this is broader. I don't know if you agree with this now, Mexico. It's number 5, please. Yes, Mexico, please. Thank you, Rapporteur. Since this has to do with an index and requires certain indicators, it's important to establish, determine precise terms. The 2 observations that Mexico made come from the recommendations of public policies of the ITU and refer to specific aspects, because these specific aspects have proven the possibility of functioning with including other main actors to this area. So if it's left as a benefit, this will not allow us to measure essential aspects of public recommendations that could become habilitators, because they could say, yes, I have a benefit, but that benefit could be anything, and we wouldn't know, or we wouldn't have any indicators to prove that these benefits. So since this comes from the studies carried out by the ITU since 2010, who have verified elements in several countries in these 2 aspects, the existence of regulation for small operators, non-for-profit, and the existence of availability of spectrum for these actors to operate, then these are two essential elements that are approved and would allow us effectively to have key indicators on two specific aspects. So if we leave it too general, we won't be able to make that analysis. Thank you, Mexico. I think I share Mexico's observation that in general, we will always find policies. If we look for a differentiation, right, between good practices before policies in general, many countries, the majority will have policies aimed at rural locations or of social interest. But if we specify more these best practices, which are UIT recommendations, then we could have the differentiating effect that we are looking for with this index. Chair. Thank you, Rapporteur. I just had a question. I apologize for my ignorance in the topic, but in this question 5, policy that generates benefits, specific benefits for rural areas. And I put an example. In Dominican Republic, there's an initiative within the subsidy package, preferential subsidy package to education, and we're including a tick bonus. Would this fall into this? A tick bonus for homes in the sectors of quintile 1 and 2, which are the poorest of the poorest. It doesn't matter if it's rural or urban. This is my question. Mexico. It's precisely this generalization that would present all these cases, and we don't have the possibility to measure or establish parameters to the existence of whether it has an impact, a determined impact in this. So we could include, if the question is left as it is, we can include any generic. But if we leave this open to other benefits that could probably be accounted for, but then it changes the existence of the indicators because we cannot establish a key indicator when it is such a broad possibility, the existence of a tech bonus, the universal service, etc. I just wanted
to reflect on something, I believe that this index is also trying to establish the level of development of broadband, but we also need to look at this from the supply and demand. I think that from the demand point of view, this type of initiatives in general that can be seen in one place, in one way, it is stimulating that the population has access, that more people have access to broadband. I don't know how we can make this fit into the table of contents, and I leave this for comments. Peru. Thank you, Tara. Beginning with a comment made by the presidency, if it's focused in the rural areas or areas with less income, it would be part of point 5. What Mexico mentioned, I think that now I understand a little bit better what I would propose in this. It would be to meet with Mexico to fine tune an additional question and have a revision number 2 that could be looked at during the plenary. And about the last question of the presidency, this is a pilot, correct? The idea is to begin with something, have something that we can present in August, and the objective of the pilot is to work with the less number of indicators in order to facilitate the response from the member states. In this first pilot, we're analyzing a relation between input and product. on one part, the access indicators, price, access, and others, and the input or supplies, policies, and tools generated from the sector. I would propose to start by that, and if we find answers, and if we have the possibility of the pilot work, that the pilot works, then we could have a stronger index. I must confess that in order to bring this proposal, we've gone through a first proposal where we have a more complex index that included larger amount of indicators and other aspects like the president was mentioning. The idea was to work on a questionnaire that did not have 20 questions, 40, 50 questions. And we said, no, let's begin with a smaller questionnaire. If this works, then we can grow and prepare a more robust indicator. Thank you, Peru. I would suggest, given that we agree in the point of Peru and Mexico can meet and find the wording, we can improve this document. This document, I understand, if there are no additional observations, is agreed upon by the floor. And what we would be looking at is a new revision of the document, it would be revision number 2 of the document 3836. Then we would look at this in the plenary session for tomorrow. I propose this to the floor and I would like to know if everybody agrees. Canada. Yes, Chair, thank you for this document. I just wanted to make a reference, something I did yesterday. In all of these broadband topics, there's a large amount of work done by the Regional Dialogue Information Society, Judith Mariscal, Roxana Barrantes from Peru and from Argentina. I think it would be useful to have the opportunity of contacting them and, well, indeed, said that has so much experience in this topic, they can contribute with this to this initiative. Thank you, Canada. Yes, that document, that table of context was, that index was, did a revision of all the literature in the main document. There is an index of accessibility, an ECLAC index, and there are a number of indexes. The important thing is that in PCC1, we have the opportunity of gathering official information from the countries, and we can have an indicator that reflects the objectives of CITEL in terms of broadband. This is what we are looking for. And the work done by DIRSI specifically, they've been working on that topic for 15 years, a very valuable work. And I believe it would be interesting, for example, in the event that we will have in Lima, invite them so that they are able to participate and present the work that they've done in the region. Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, and also in Lima, we will present the results of the indicator, what worked, what didn't work, and we can invite them to work in the discussion of the indicator. That would be excellent. If there are no additional comments, we close the rapporteurship with this topic. Thank you all. Thank you, rapporteurs. I believe that we've had a very productive meeting, intense meeting, and we will be together again during the general plenary session. Thank you very much. And I would like to remind you that we have a development working group meeting, those who want to join us, to have a brainstorming regarding what other things we could work on within the development group. Thank you very much. Mexico, Peru, United States, and Dominican Republic for all the work, and thank you for all of you for your contributions. Thank you.
just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Pull my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life has just begun. But now it's gonna throw it all away. Mama, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, carry on. Nothing really matters. Is this the real life? Is this just a fantasy? Cutting a landslide. No escape from reality. Open your eyes. Look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. So you think you can stone me and spit in my eye? So you think you can love me and live me? Oh baby, can do this. Oh baby, can do this. Just gotta get out. Just gotta get out. So you think you can stone me and spit in my eye? So you think you can love me and live me to die? Too late. My time has come. Send shivers down my spine. What is aching all the time? Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Gotta leave you all behind and face the truth. Mama, ooh, I don't wanna die. I sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. Anyone can see. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters to me. This thing called love, and I just can't handle it. This thing called love, and I must get around to it. I ain't ready. Crazy little thing called love. Ooh, this thing called love. It cries in a crowd all night. It swings, it jives, it shakes all over like a jellyfish. I kinda like it. Crazy little thing called love. my baby, and she knows how to rock and roll. She drives me crazy. She gives me home, but I don't feel that she with me in that cuckoo sweet. Let me cool, relax, get it, get all my cracks, take a back seat, hitch high, and take a long ride on my motorbike until I'm ready. Crazy little thing called love. I'm ready for this crazy little thing called crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. For this crazy little thing called love. One man, one goal, one mission, one heart, one soul, just one solution, one flash of light. Yeah, one God, one vision, one flash, one bone, one true religion, one voice, one hope, one real decision. Whoa, 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 give me one vision. No wrong, no right. I'm gonna tell you there's no why, but no I. No blood, no stand. All we need is one worldwide vision. One flesh, one bone, one true religion. One voice, one hope, one real decision. Whoa, 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 whoa. Give me one vision. When I was young, a dream of sweet illusion, a glimpse of hope and unity, and vision of one sweet union. But a cold wind blows, and a dark rain falls, and my heart it shows. Look why they don't to my dream. pressure. Pressure. I paid my dues time after time. Anger my sentence, but committed no crime. slips away. There's no chance for us. All decided. This world has only once been home. Set aside. Won't believe forever. Who dares to love forever?
Buenas tardes.
Afternoon. We would like to begin with the session of the Working Group on Policies and Regulations. In the agenda for today, we have the rapporteurships of economic affairs, fraud control, and roaming. If we would like to change the order, if the floor is agreeing, the last topic would be roaming. I now give the floor to the Rapporteur of Economic Affairs, Sergio. Thank you, Chair. Yesterday, we had some pending documents, and we will begin with the documents from ITU. We have 3 documents from ITU, and the first document is 3812. ITU, can you please make comments about this topic, about this document? Thank you, Chair. Yes, this document presents the activities done by the study group 3, and Mr. Arastal is responsible for this, in which you can see the different points of the study and the structure that the commission has. Also, you will be able to find the recommendations that have been prepared during this year, as well as the work that is being done. And there are links where you will find the videos, and you can find additional information there about the activities that it addresses, as well as different aspects regarding international roaming. That's all, Chair. Thank you. This PowerPoint is available with the corresponding link, so that the member states at any time can access and look into detail what the study group number 3 is doing. At the same time, we have documented 3817. It's another ITU document related to the activities of the group that is analyzing digital finance resources. Yes, Chair, as you say, this group about financial services was established in ITU with the objective of analyzing the topic of these services have, that are provided in different countries, and that at sometimes we have seen that not all the countries are developed at the same level. It has components that are related with the telecommunications sector, but also bank services, and both sectors are regulated in the different countries, and in this activity they have to agree. Basically, the document speaks about the most recent work meetings and what are the products and the outcomes expected from these groups. Is an informative document for your analysis. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ITU. In the 27th meeting of PCC1 in Washington, ITU made a request and asked for us to incorporate in this group everything related to digital financial services. As a matter of fact, ITU at that point did a presentation with one of the specialists within ITU, and additionally to that, ITU proposed that they are allowed to present in this meeting a survey so that the member states can respond to it, and it would be part of a study related with this topic. So based on that request, the work plan was modified in order to incorporate the digital financial services, and this is how they have submitted this project for questionnaire for a survey that is in the document 3834.
Entonces, bueno, nosotros como relatoría hemos...
The rapporteurship, we have met the request of submitting the questionnaire, the survey. The questionnaire is very brief. I believe that is to explore and try to obtain information from the member states. What are the authorities and responsibilities assigned in terms of digital financial services and in terms of protection of the users of these services? The idea is, the ITU's idea is to request that this survey is answered in November, I believe. November 3rd, exactly. So that they are able to bring this information and put it together with a study that they are carrying out. I don't know if ITU can please comment on this. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the effort of the rapporteurship by bringing this topic. As you say, in the standardization forum carried out last year, it was an express request made by ITU, given the importance that this topic has as part of financial inclusion in the countries. We have this working group or theme group that includes many organizations, over 60 organizations in 30 countries. And as part of that, this consumer protection, which is the main focus of the survey, tries to create a toolkit to help with this. The questionnaire is made for the telecommunications regulators and the financial service regulators as well. Therefore, we would like to thank that this is distributed and that the answers are provided and submitted to a BA, who is the contact for this topic at ITU. Thank you, ITU. Unless there is any additional comment or observation, the idea is to approve this project, decision, resolution project, so that the member states commit to respond to ITU's request and answer the survey. Then we would coordinate together with ITU so that you are able to share the results of the study through this forum and show the work done by the member states. ITU, do you agree? Yes, we will provide feedback as we make progress in the group. If there are no comments, we will approve then this request.
Luego,
before we talk about another resolution project, we have an informative document. The document is 3911. It's a PowerPoint presentation. Revised or revision number 1. This is the first product of a new topic that was incorporated in this theme group. We worked in trying to include additional content. One of it was the virtual mobile operators, and we also prepared a draft survey in order to share information regarding the policies followed in the member state in terms of regulations of essential facility in regulations or charges in mobile and fixed lines. So we presented the survey, it was approved, and we obtained responses from Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, United States, Paraguay, Honduras, Peru, Uruguay, 8 delegations in total that provided information. And this presentation summarizes the most important information that the member states said for this survey. We will not review this slide by slide because it's 36 in total. I will only talk briefly about some points. The first part of the presentation is fixed networks. The majority of the delegations has had regulatory experience in the last 6 years from 2010. We also observed that in case of fixed networks, the regulations usually is for all the fixed operators. There are no exemptions. Just one case. 63% of the experiences reveal that when this is regulated and fixed is regulated, there's a 25% regulated with differentiated charges and 13% associated to practices for liquidation rules. Those countries that differentiate charges, that have different charges by the type of operator, the main arguments are related with the scale, the difference in coverage and traffic. And 25% of the countries have differentiated charges. If this has been an adjustment done part by part, some of them has been done immediate, has done the model, but another 50% did it gradually. The majority of the countries, half of the countries, have a frequency, a periodicity, so that the charges are updated 3 or 4 years, and the other half of the countries that do not have regulations or a specification of a number of years for the charges or fees to be updated. If the charge is regulated or not, 75% of the member states mentioned that they use regulation based on a cost model. 2 states work with the information reported by the operators. There are 2 states that use a scheme of efficient company, meaning this a model that does not depend on the information coming from the operators, and then there's an experience based on benchmark. Regarding the cost criteria used in fixed telephone lines, in the majority, they use the focus of plus and also the model of bottom up. And in this, they agree. In case of mobile networks, all the regulators have mentioned that they have the authority of regulating the fees. 75% of the delegations has expressed that the regulation is done for all the mobile operators. 25% of the delegation pointed out that in their countries, not necessarily all are regulated. There are 2 delegations that mentioned that the fee is different depending on the type of operator. 4 delegation that the mobile charge is the same exactly for all. Where there is a difference, the main variable is related with the differences in market share. Part of the survey asked what was the policy for fees or regulation. 38% of the countries mentioned that they had virtual mobile operators, and 70% mentions that the charge for MVNO is the same charge for the mobile operator. There's 67% of the countries mentioned that there is no regulation that is specific for the charge. 4 of the member states mentioned that the regulation of costs is done immediately, and 3 countries that have applied this gradually to reach the cost when regulating mobile costs. 7 countries have mentioned that the regulation of the charge is only in the fee per minute, and there are countries where there's an experience of regulating for capacity. The majority of the country regulates a fee every 3 or 4 years. 3 countries mentioned that they use the cost of the companies. 2 countries use the model of efficient company, and 2 countries use the benchmark to determine the mobile fee. All countries use the bottom-up approach, and in case of the cost to be used, we begin to see some experiences of migration of El Casto Puro, which is a methodology that is more a philosophical debate if all the elements that traditionally were used in the cost models are incremental or not, like the spectrum, for example. There are experiences in the region in which it was decided not to use the charge of the spectrum and the fees, so that the fee that is charged promote more efficiency and significantly lower. In the presentation, we have both cases and detail of all the values that have been submitted by the member states. And in the final slides, you will be able to find question by question the specific answer from each country. With this, we have the product and the outcome of sharing experiences. And I understand that as member states, when we implement our procedures based on these general references, we can go into more detail in the countries where where we consider that the practice needs to be analyzed in detail. Is there a question or any company? The idea is to continue with this in the future. There are countries that already began with the review of the charges in mobile charges. We're beginning this semester a new experience, and we would then have to see if we will migrate to a different conceptual model. Any comments? Now we have, there is a technical notebook, 3832. This is a notebook that was opened a year and a half ago, and is related with the sharing experiences in analysis of competition. If, even though it's true, not all regulators have the function of monitoring the competition. Peru or Mexico has it. What we mentioned was analyze the cause of competition. In the end, is very productive to understand how the regulation is applied in each country. This, when there is a need to solve a controversy, there's a need to interpret the regulations in a very good way. We can learn from the other countries what exactly is what the regulations say or their norms say. Sometimes we read them, we read a norm or a regulation, and there is an interpretation. But unless you look at the decision and how these regulations are applied, is when you finally understand how to use them. In this notebook, we have a few contributions, and the new one is from Venezuela. Venezuela has information related to certain detail about the regulatory framework. And if you look at the document and read the document, the case of Venezuela, the regulatory framework is align with the average with the classification of unfair practices and even some reference to some negative practices. Also, there is information from Peru. Also, Peru published a book last year that includes multiple cases of competition in telecommunications. And also, there was an annex presented by the delegation of Colombia last year in the last meeting, also regarding cases of competition in their countries. This is an invitation not only to use the technical notebook, but also to provide contributions. Now we have one more document, 3836. Thirty-eight, 36. This document, it's a draft, it's a proposal for a survey. The objective is to provide CITEL with a space so that CITEL has its own indicators in this case, specifically talking about broadband and the development of broadband. This document was presented in the rapporteurship of economic affairs, but in the first plenary session, we identified that this document, based on its content, had a direct relationship with the working group on broadband. So it was then incorporated in that rapporteurship, and it has been already debated in that rapporteurship. This document. As a matter of fact, is in the process of being revised. We have revision 1 of this document, and this revision number 1 was also discussed in the broadband working group towards the end of the morning session. And we still have pending changes to have a revised 2 document. Very few topics to incorporate, and in this rapporteurship would be for the approval. What I'm going to do is talk about the objective. If we looked at different institutions at an international level, we'll find that each one of them creates different performance indicators. We have different indexes of development in sectors. There are even some on the internet. And we thought that it was important that CITEL also has its own indicators. And we thought about creating a first pilot of an index for development of broadband with indicators that were not too big, something a little bit more summarized to begin with this pilot and see how we're doing in the response aspect. And in the next meeting in Lima, we could have a first estimate for this pilot. And the questionnaire that is being discussed in the broadband working group is related to this pilot. The index is a ratio of input product, is trying to find the relationship, the development and the input. And because we are, when we talk about inputs, we talk about policies, the development of policies and the development of tools. What is the relationship between the product and these policies and tools? So we visualize it like this, and the numerator will give you The index of digital evaluation weighs the different access indicators, use indicators for equipment for ICTs, indicator for quality, and price indicator. Each one of these 5 indicators are developed in a maximum of 2 questions. In the case of access, subscribers to internet, either mobile or fixed, and in the case of level of use, the percentage of people that are actually using internet equipment of the ICTs, the import of assets related to ICTs, and in case of quality, there's a proposal for the analysis of the percentage of subscriptions that surpass or exceed the level of reference. In case of the prices, the ratio of the GDP per capita. And in case of denominator, it is related with the tools. Basically, it is related with questions. Do they exist or not? So there is a module of regulatory policies. There is another module of the market concentration and a section of government policy. So in the first section, regulatory policies, there's an assessment. We assess if the countries have number portability and if it's regulated for the virtual mobile operators or if there are regulations for networks. In general, it's assess the levels of concentration. And in the section of government policies, there's an assessment of the countries to see if they have a broadband plan or not, if there are obligations of coverage for mobile or fixed internet. These are yes/no questions. In this final section, in this last section, the debate that took place in the group for broadband, we have collected, and this is the version that is being prepared as revision number 2, the proposal made by the delegation of Mexico in finding out if we speak about policy, the member states have policies that promote for rural areas or remote areas. If there's a promotion of the development of small operators or local operators in the communities, and if these types of operators have allocation of resources such as the spectrum. Also, an open question mentions if there is any policy for special benefits in terms of internet, fixed or mobile for these rural areas. With these proposals done by the delegation of Mexico, the survey has now revised a revision number 2, and it will be presented in the plenary session today, possibly in a few more minutes. This survey then, that has been approved in this rapporteurship of broadband would mean that we believe there are only 22 questions. The answer, very general indicators are requested, and the majority of questions are related if they have or they don't have, and also levels of subscription and levels of concentration. We believe that that information is available for all the delegations. Even if they are not published on their website, we believe that they have it. As a matter of fact, ITU publishes this, but the problem is that we have a delay in that.
That is the idea of this rapporteurship. Tell you what happened or what was the evolution of this document that moved to the broadband rapporteurship. Having said that, Chair, with this, we end the content of this rapporteurship. Thank you, Sergio. We have now for the plenary of the group tomorrow, the document 3834, a decision project on a questionnaire on protection for consumers on digital financial services. Tomorrow we have the English report to evaluate and take it to the plenary. Dominican Republic. One, one question. As I understand this document that you just presented in this group, it was for informational purposes, and any modifications would be based on the comments received in the presentation in the other group? Or would there be a moment for us to present our comments to the authors of the document to see if we can make those changes for consideration? Sorry. In this group, it's only for informational purposes. The decision project will be working by the group. Yes, Chair. We're completely open. If there's a specific interest in work on the questionnaire, I don't have a problem. We have met with the delegation of Mexico, and we have until tomorrow tops to modify any aspect that any delegation may consider. I would recommend for the sakes of time, if there's a specific proposal or improvement, that we see it in this second review to include it in the plenary. So we invite Dominican Republic to approach the delegation of Mexico to work on this, and it will be presented in the development group. Is there another question or comment? We'll go to the roaming rapporteurship. And Sergio, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. We have three documents. The first one is 3835, Review 1. There's a presentation. We incorporated in 2013 in this rapporteurship a survey that has been implemented during 3 meetings related to the subject of international roaming, specifically with prices. This information is the third delivery of this information. Something to point out is that this started from a questionnaire that during the first years it hadn't been productive, but afterwards we were able to summarize in 2014 the information and obtaining data that could be disseminated. So in this slide, there's information on prices of incoming calls, of outgoing calls, and data consumption from the states who have presented their information. It's 10 countries who have reported information: Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Honduras, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, and Venezuela. We will find information from those 10 countries, and you'll see 2 columns in green, which are the only countries, Colombia and Uruguay, who sent their first delivery, but they didn't send the last one. So So we have maintained the last data of these two delegations who gave us their initial information. The format of the presentation is for each topic. For incoming calls, you'll see a table like this. It has in the top row the countries, and the columns are the visited countries. For example, when a citizen visits one of the countries in the column and receives an incoming call. And at the bottom, the average tariff for that incoming call. So let's go move to the next slide. We create a chart of the costs. All the information is in dollars based on dollars per minute. And exactly the same thing if we move to the next slide. For outgoing calls, the table and the graph. Then we have the price per megabyte, the table, and then we have the graph. Then what we do in the presentation is the same structure that we've maintained in the same presentations, is to analyze specific data for some countries that we visited. So for example, what is the cost of incoming call when we visit specific countries like Argentina, Brazil, and United States and Mexico, who are countries with higher levels of visitors. And we do the same, incoming calls, outgoing calls, and data. And the last section has to do with information on border roaming. What we've done here is to focalize the information for each one of the countries for the roaming tariffs with their bordering countries. And the information is exactly the same, has the same exact structure as before. Incoming calls with each country, what's the average cost for incoming calls with their bordering countries. Next one, this one is outgoing calls with their corresponding graph. And the last one is data with their respective countries. One of the things that you'll be able to find when you look at the information in detail is that the service that is registered with higher with lowering trend is roaming. It used to be more expensive, and now countries are getting more reasonable tariffs. This is information on minimum prices reported by the delegations without going into promotions or offers, because definitely this analysis is much more complex, and we just wanted to see what are the list prices for each of our member states. This is the third delivery, and we'll see how we do with the upcoming reports. Then we have document 3839. We explored during previous meetings the interest of having report studies with greater detail on the reality of roaming in each country. We started with one first offer of information related to roaming in Peru. I just wanted to mention that the roaming is generating a lot of debate during the last years. It's still an important discussion topic, especially in the borders. I've heard some proposals on regulations that are circling around, for example, in South America, to potential regulations regarding the Andean region. And there's a variety of agreements Peru, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, Peru, Brazil, Chile, Argentina. And the idea is in the technical file for countries to let us know what are the advances in these negotiations. This document summarizes the information of what's the current state of data compiled from Peru in terms of roaming. We're talking about a market of 34 million lines. As with the majority of countries, it's a market that what was first worked on was information. There's specific regulations so that users can activate the service. The user hires the service. He doesn't need to activate it. He just needs to request it. The user before had a mobile plan and had data, and due to the problems generated during billing, then a normative change was made, and now the users don't have roaming, and they requested if they wanted. And there's a follow-up to the consumption of the user. The user, when he leaves the country, he can access the information on his use. In terms of traffic, I will summarize some of the important data of the document. In terms of traffic, Peruvians leave to other countries. In outgoing calls, it has 1 million minutes by quarter. Traffic of data is the one that has grown the most when going to foreign countries. The Peruvian market, the mobile traffic moves around 50,000 million minutes. When a Peruvian goes to other countries, we're talking about relatively slower numbers. Roaming from foreigners who come into Peru, these are higher when Peru is visited by other countries. These people move 4 million incoming calls, minutes of incoming calls, and 19 megabytes. In terms of income, the operators are generating $2 million per quarter. In data, $5 million per quarter. And if we look at the proportion of income between voice and data, until 2014, there was a cross, and in 2014, there were higher incomes by data and roaming. In the part of expenses or income, we have analyzed the components of the costs. The greater expense is for liquidations in international agreements, $1.5 million per quarter. And there's an expense that is representative as well. $1 million has to do with complementary services. When two countries exchange roaming, some companies provide liquidation of traffic. So this is $1 million. Then we have information of those expenses by type of service. The majority of the expenses go to roaming of data. Then you find information on the main countries who represent income and outcome and expenses. The countries of Chile and Colombia are the most representative for South America. The most economic values come from these two countries. And we analyze how important the border countries are to expenses. This is decreasing, and we're at 25%. So border roaming is 25% of the expenses. So in this way, we have the first product. We've worked a lot to compile information from the operators on expenses for on traffic, and we hope that in the future we can promote that other delegations contribute with giving us that detailed information and have greater detail of the roaming markets in our countries. And in our last document, it's a document presented by the delegation of Mexico, 3925. Mexico, please. Thank you. This document is a presentation prepared on the context of roaming in Mexico, since it's a little different from the international trend. And we would like to start the presentation by explaining how it is, how it is at an international level and how it is in Mexico. We all know that roaming, what it allows is for users to continue using their devices as well as their number to access voice information and messaging when visiting other countries through a network of a mobile operator of the visiting country, and some services that allow to access data services. This, according to the recommendations, this is a definition from the recommendation 98 of the normalization sector. Please continue. So it's not a surprise that the trade World Trade Organization has stated that it seems like roaming is not the service with greater competition, and that there are several irregularities when charging for this connection. And that it seems like several regulators don't have control over or effective verification of these tariffs. This is also an ITU document on the way of operating of operators, and that it is important as well to say that it is a general worry that the prices are varied and that they are above the cost of the user. Currently in UTI, UAT, there are several forums where these topics are being discussed in instruments like OPP. They are promoting competition, transparency, cooperation, but they also ask for intervention of the authorities in terms of roaming prices. Nevertheless, in Mexico, legislation does not consider the service of international itinerants as defined by international instruments. When we are in negotiations, we say that the Mexican legislation establishes that providers will establish the tariffs that they may deem necessary for their services. So the regulator has its hands tied behind its back from the legislation. So this is for the greater and smaller markets. And they can establish their own tariffs. The only thing that they require is that they be established in the National Registry of Concessions. So in Mexico, as far as I understand, they worked that before creating a regulation, there was the promotion for the competency went first there to see if they would approve it. No, in legislation, the freedom of the territory freedom is established there for the operators, and that's in the law of telecommunications. Yes, it's there. So the redesign for this constitutional reform, what was established is the access of the competition, open the competitions for other competitors to come in, and when they face each other, you can see a reduction in the tariff, but without reducing the quality. And this is the slide. When AT&T came into Mexico, since it announced the acquiring of Mexican companies, they said that roaming in the area of Canada, Mexico, and the United States would be at no cost for users. And from that moment, and from that point, Telestar and Movistar, where the other operators implemented the same system. So with AT&T, we had with AT&T Ya and AT&T Con Todo that they would not charge for these countries. In the case of postpay and prepay, in the case of Telcel, they created the figure Telcel Without Borders, which is Mexico, United States, and Canada. All calls are as local. In the case of prepay, it's the same name. For Movistar, they added Puerto Rico in their options in prepay and postpay, and it's a plan called You Will Fly Unlimited. So even if there's no capacity for the regulator to impose a tariff, and not even to suggest a reduction in the tariffs, the measure of generating a sector that allows other competitors have benefited the Mexican user. So it's self-regulation, basically. Yes. Is there any comment, question? Thank you. I would like to ask you both if there is transparency uh, with the bigger companies in their tariffs. So they publish the tariffs that they have between operators in all countries. Yes, we can access in the register in the public concession registry, and they need to be updating the tariffs. So the institute is working on creating a more user-friendly tool. You have to go in through concession. There is a tool that allows you to compare tariffs, but in the second phase, they will include roaming besides the normal tariffs. But we have noticed that if the user has the information of the different tariffs and what is being offered in regards to the same tariffs from other operators, they can decide how much they want to pay and who gives you more megabytes. I was always referring to the wholesalers. Yes, this is in the registry of concessions. In the case of Peru, no. These are not published in a portal. When we requested information for the study, we received information more from income expenses as a whole, but we haven't received the specific agreements that they've had with companies in other countries. This is a topic where we've had difficulty of access to the information. But we've had a similar experience to the one from Mexico in terms of self-regulation, especially in the border topics, mostly because in the border areas, there's been a lot of political interest. An important border for the roaming in Peru is the Peruvian-Chilean border. There's a roaming volume that's very important, a large amount of citizens who go to Peru and who generate a lot of traffic because they access services from Peru. And there was a high motivation from the Chilean government to find political spaces to reduce roaming. And it's a topic that has reached chancellery, and binational agreements have been established. And from that experience with Chile, then other agreements or border worries came up. There's a project from Ecuador. There's also a project, a border project with Brazil. And then there's another idea of saving costs through negotiations and transactions through uh, the Andean agreement. We're there with Colombia, and there's also another project that is under regulation where we're looking for a resolution to establish that in the border areas there was zero roaming, to just focus to very specific regions in the borders. That's the idea. Thank you. So, Chair, with this, we finish the three documents of the rapporteurship. Thank you, Sergio. Then we go with the rapporteurship of fraud. We have a few documents. Thank you to Sergio and rapporteurship of economic and roaming rapporteurship to give us some time. In this rapporteurship of fraud control and anti-regulatory practices for theft of devices, we have four documents. One is a contribution, another one is a proposal for decision, and an informational document for a seminar. So we start with document 3948 from Uruguay. Thank you. Document 3948 was worked in the morning in the seminar. It has to do with the manual recommendation, the best practices to combat fraud in satellite signals by subscription. As we said this morning, that's not the presentation. 3948, I think there's a review version 1. The one above. The one that has orange. That's the one that we worked during the seminar. Many of us here were there, so I don't want to bore you with what we spoke already. So I will talk briefly of the most important parts of the manual. I'm sorry about my voice. I don't know if you can understand me well. I was saying that this document is established from Resolution 252 in the city of Cusco. The rapporteurship includes Argentina, Colombia, and Uruguay. It seeks to get the best regulatory practices to fight fabric manufacturing, sale and transfer of satellite equipment to transcript TV and cable transmission that doesn't have the right authorization, or that they may be modified for said use. To create this manual, the rapporteurship group worked together with the Ministry of Industry of Uruguay, with the OSEC, which is the unit of communications, the regulating entity, and with the alliance. It was considered all the information that was submitted by the CITEL countries who responded to the forms that were sent, and also considered the best practice and specific measures from countries, CITEL countries, and non-CITEL countries such as European Union countries. In Resolution 242 in Cusco, we defined these types of practices as a type of fraud, considering those equipment that were encrypted through subscription by satellite without the due authorization or modified for that use, and this was incorporated into classification, fraud, and regulatory practices.
We have to explain that when in the document we speak about illegal, we're really not talking about the device or the equipment that originally could be legal, but we're talking about the use, for example, that it could be modified in order to decode signals without the due authorization. The manual also has characteristics of the open TV satellite signal and by subscription, which are the drawings that we have in this seminar. These were very detailed. And also it has the main processes through which the fraud is verified in the signal reception and the elements that should be considered when we analyze all the equipment in order to see if they can be used for fraudulent purposes. As I already mentioned, the document also includes a summary of all the responses sent by the CITEL member states, and also we express the best practices and measures adopted by countries that belong to CITEL and also outside of CITEL. And finally, chapter 5, that is the final chapter, details a number of aspects recommended for the countries to adopt in order to become more efficient again working against this fraud, and they are related with adapting the legal framework of each one of the countries, control the previous phases to the misuse of this equipment, meaning in the inspections, customs, regulatory framework, combat commercial communication that promote the use of this equipment, fine-tune the coordination of all the organization actors, both public and private, that in each country are associated or related with this topic, establish adequate sanctions, and promote standardization among countries in CITEL. Finally, formal topic, we would like to clarify something that was not mentioned here in this meeting. We're presenting this as a work done by the group of and we are making this available so that the delegations can comment and offer their opinions as well as contributions that they deem relevant. And for the next meeting of PCC 1, we could resolve it in a formal manner as a document that could be a resolution. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay, and the Alliance for that excellent seminar in which we all learned about this interesting topic, which is of concern. And on behalf of the rapporteurship, we invite all of you to check the documents and answer the surveys in order to contribute to the manual. And thank you for giving us the opportunity of reviewing this in the next PCC 1 and share a manual for the administrations. The following document is 3900, revision number 1. It is a report of the rapporteurship of a virtual seminar that took place on March 16th. In this document, in the report, we present the background due to the severity of the problem that has been recognized worldwide, and there are measures in place, and we have worked in CITEL, Comtelca, and with the great support of mobile operators, GSM, and thanks to the sponsorship of GSMA, achieving over 70% of the operators in America connected to a world database in order to exchange information of the terminals that have been robbed. We have 20.2 million of devices have been reported from Latin America, 7.1 have been reported from the United States and Canada, and 5.7 million from the rest of the world, represented by the other three continents, which shows that we still require many countries from Asia and Europe to join this effort. The ITU approved the resolution of Committee 5.5 in 2014, and the objective was that with the radio communication offices, gather all the information about the practices, the best practices, to make consults with all the industry with their own study groups, manufacturers and operators in order to determine the technological measures in the future to prevent the use of mobile terminals that have been robbed and provide assistance to the member states of ITU based on those resolutions. In the PCC 1 in Washington, we approved the resolution 253, in which and we saw a need of working together with ITU to join efforts, and we decided to carry out a virtual seminar on March 16, 2016. It was a joint workshop, Global Strategies Against the Robbery of Mobile Terminals. And that decision assigned the Executive Secretary of CITEL to invite ITU to promote among the member states to join the effort of the database exchange and include in their regulatory framework provision for them not to activate the terminals that were robbed. In compliance with this provision, we were able to carry out our seminar with a participation of over 100 people that were part of the webinar session, representing 19 member states, among which we found Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, United States, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, Suriname, Uruguay, and Venezuela. We thank the interest in the questions and the participation. Then in the report, you will also find a link that where you will find the presentations. You will also look at the content. The seminar includes 3 panels. The first panel was geared towards reviewing the technological measure used against the robbery of mobile terminals. The second one about procedures against this problem, and the final panel included an analysis, a gap analysis regarding these measures and best practices, both operational and technological, in order to understand what we need and how we can strengthen these measures. During the first panel, we had 3 main topics. First, negative lists. that included the participation of GSMA and Comtelca, who shared the experiences that they had with databases. In the second topic about security, again, reprogramming the IMEA, given that the negative lists are not useful if the IMEIs can be altered and they can be reintroduced into the market. And the third topic of this first panel is the kill switch, and it included presentations from AT&T in the United States and Qualcomm. In the second topic, I forgot to mention that the presentations regarding IMEA hardening was the responsibility of Qualcomm and Mobile Manufacturer Forum that helped us pointing out all the advances. Out of these main measures, we were able to conclude that we are moving forward in the exchange of negative lists, and we only need Europe and Asia. That based on police reports, we have identified that in different countries, including Colombia and the United States, that the market of spare parts and terminals that have been robbed go to these markets. This is why the idea is that ITU helps us to promote in their member states that we add to these lists. In the security against reprogram, we recognize that it's a weakness that comes from the hacker attack against the efforts of the manufacturers. And there's a work done by GSMA together with the manufacturing committee. And I understand it's ITU, no, have created a group where they are hiring and bringing together scientists and experts in the topic, and they are assessing models of security such as dynamic numbering or digital certificate. And this work began in March 2016, and two working sessions will take place in the second semester, and we'll be watching out for this because it will be something that will truly promote the effectiveness of the measures against the circulation of these devices. During the second panel, we looked at the operational procedures and practices done by the countries. The United States done great efforts bringing together all the actors in the industry. 2 years ago, they created study groups for consultation that includes all the possible actors. And it has produced models and work plans. Among them, they have the objective of creating a portal. And there's one very interesting, the creation of a portal of information regarding the mobile equipment. The idea is to create a history, a file for each one of the equipment or terminal, so that retailers and the authorized sellers and the authorities, users, police can have access to information that comes from all the possible sources, such as manufacturers, negative databases, insurance companies, mobile operators, in order for the public in general or any actor of this ecosystem is able to check and identify the status and the legitimacy of the devices that they're buying or selling. They are in the design and the preparation of all the information, and we will also look out for this interesting tool. In the second topic that we spoke about, it's a case of countries such as Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, and other countries from Europe and Asia regarding the control of the IMEI to prevent all the devices that are cloned or altered. That is the effect when they change the IMEI, and this could be a clone. Brazil presented their experience with the SIGA system, which is being in the process of 2 years, and this system is in the phase of assessing with the sector the measures and controls that we need to do on these types of devices in order to face the problem, considering things as protection of consumers' rights that could have purchased their terminal in good faith and others. Also, ITU presented a publication of all the guidelines, including the procedures for surveillance of the market presentation that is available in the link that I just said. Colombia participated with a presentation of a set of measures that begin with obligation and rights of the user, so those that import and sell telephones, including obligation for the authorities, the police, the prosecution office, instruments for the import and export of devices, and finally the creation of a system such as the one in Brazil focused on checking the activity of the mobile terminals that appear in the mobile networks in order to detect IMEIs that are not valid, that have not been registered in the structure. And the third panel was an analysis of all of these measures, weaknesses, or opportunities for improvement. You will find this report and a conclusion chart where different measures are taken and a gap analysis is made, where we acknowledge that the tools has opportunities for improvement. And as a conclusion of that seminar, we are taking this as a starting point to continue studying and the efforts of CITEL, consulting with the countries and the companies. And we want to present this to CITEL. I present a draft decision, and we can share these conclusions with ITU so that in their study groups they can include these factors that have already been identified, these risk factors, and then they can include them in their studies and then in their consults to strengthen the set of measures and assist the member states of the organization. The rapporteurship would like to especially thank the Executive Secretariat. Without their effort in the preparation of the agenda, the coordination of WebEx, the confirmation of the participants, and the logistic assistance, the seminar would have not been possible. Also, we would like to thank the countries that helped us and the speakers, ITU, IMMF, GSMA, FCC, with their contributions. Thank you. I would like to know if somebody has any questions. The next document is 3956, revision 2. It's a draft decision that we submit for the consideration of the administrations in which
de la misma manera que presentamos en el informe sobre el seminario y pues digamos resaltando el trabajo conjunto.
We highlight the work done by the organization, the agreements in the countries, etc., taking into consideration the resolution in Busan.
citando las decisiones de hacer talleres conjuntos con la OIT y informando
and
pues, que
informing or reporting the results of the virtual seminar.
hemos encontrado
We found opportunities
de referencia para
of reference
tanto la OIT como la CITEL a trabajar y
so that ITU and CITEL can work, and we propose the following. First, send to the ITU the conclusions of the seminar to the study groups responsible for developing the instructions, which contains the report on fraud control, global measures against mobile device theft, to request from ITU the following aspects. A, to instruct the working parties to study and recommend actions to improve and strengthen the technical and operational measures based on the results and of the analysis of gaps as a conclusion of the joint online ITU-CITEL workshop, World Global Strategies Against Mobile Device Theft in accordance with the table below. First, the measure of blacklisting, which is the exchange of blacklisting of equipment reported stolen or lost, regions and countries that have not yet joined Europe and Asia and Africa. Use of IMEI Device Check portal, which is what GSMA made available for consoles of a device that has been reported in any country, the block of IMEI of other countries. Also, we need that additional to the exchange of IMAs, this should be downloaded and blocked in the mobile networks. And for this, we need to go into more detail on the efficient use of the blocking device that is within each one of the mobile EIRs, so that an operator, a small operator, should not have the problem when we have large markets such as Brazil, Mexico, United States, or China, or a country that has a large number of active lines. Also, there is an increase in the number of IMEI to block. There's a strategy that is being reviewed in which an IMEI that is part of a specific network. There is a check in the local network, and offline sometime afterwards there is a consult to the international in the international database, and if that IMEI is reported by any country, immediately this is included. And this is how we include only the IMEIs that appear in that network, and we do not include the 30 or 50 million IMEIs using up some space that may be critical. This IMEI strategy, this primary and secondary IMEIs for worldwide IMEIs, is something that we would like to the countries to adopt, and that the governments take the step of inviting the industry to join this exchange, as this is a limitation that we all know when small operators are face the challenge of buying EIRs that are very large. In some countries, 48 hours for police actions, or because there are countries at the border, it could take time. Regarding the IMA hardening, strengthening of security of devices against alteration, well, security mechanism is implemented by manufacturers of their mobile devices. We need to involve all industry stakeholders in the IMA hardening efforts without turning this into a standard, because then it loses the nature of being secure. Disseminate all these measures with all the manufacturers, including what we call informals, which are companies that produce IMAs or device with a generic IMA or without IMA. This weakens the strategy. And learn about the advances of the study group, GSMA, MMF. Regarding the kill switch and save switch, we have identified that we need to involve all industry stakeholders in efforts to ensure security mechanisms. We need to educate users why this tool is effective, and it is only effective if they use it. Mass use by users. Review possible changes. We've had reports where the users use the kill switch, and when they lose their device, and then they keep waiting for it to be reported online. We need to study this challenge, if it's a possible change, and dissemination to the industry. Regarding information portals, which is a new topic, and based on all the studies, we want to be updated about the databases that are going to be incorporated regarding IMA control processes that are being implemented to control the topic of cloned, altered. In that, we would like to share practices among the countries that are moving forward with these implementations. How to control a cloned IMA that can be present in 1,000 devices or in 3 devices. Explore options in the industry, such as a confirmation not only of the IMA but also with INSI, in order to do a selective blocking and allow the user to have a genuine device. And a selective blocking that also avoid duplicates. Recommendations of the study groups of CITEL and ITU define what part of measures that we have seen that need to strengthen some aspects could be part of a recommendation of these organizations, especially promote the cooperation among the study groups. The group from CITEL and the group study 11 that is working on counterfeit telephones. This is what we want to share with ITU, and at the same time inviting them to join, or they invite their member states to join these initiatives, either promoting the cooperation with the list in a figure of auto regulation, or those countries that believe that it's necessary to create regulations. We present the decision for your consideration.
Okay, we approve the decision for its presentation to the plenary. Thank you. Lastly, we have a document that we consulted previously with the chair of the group of regulations and policies, with the chair of the PTC1, because we had a particular situation. This document is not in the agendas, but we decided and got authorization to include it in the agenda, since until yesterday we presented a decision from the IT of an event that will be carried out on this topic, and the administration of Brazil, that is the rapporteurship for falsified equipment, has requested that we include this to take advantage of the PCC1 and your participation, to let you know and invite you to participate. It's document 3955. Gerardo, can you please talk about this? Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. I'm here as remote participation since we don't have the participation from them. So the rapporteur has asked me to present. This decision was made, announced yesterday. It's an UIT document based on resolutions of the conference mentioned by the rapporteur for the last meeting, and also based on the work that the study 11 group on matters of topic 8 that have generated a report on combating falsified equipment substandard. This UIT approved a new seminar with the title of Combating Fighting Falsified Equipment through the Use of Conformity and Interoperability. This event will take place in Geneva in 2016. And within the objectives, we want to create the topics for study group 11 on the recommendations that they're working within that study group for solutions to fight falsified equipment, to evaluate if the solutions of interoperability can support combating falsified equipment, to understand the new mechanisms to fight falsified equipment, and understand how this is sent to the chain of value from the manufacturer to the sale of the devices. In this way, this document has in its annex the UIT letter number 220. So it's an informational document that is well connected to the work of its rapporteurship, and I would ask you to pass it to the other administrations, and if the SITO administration can pass this through email to the other administrations. Thank you, Rapporteur. Thank you, Geraldo. I consult to the chair of the group what mechanisms we can use to send this to the administrations. We need to make a decision. I think it's important to share this with the administrations. Obviously, having your support to collaborate. And I don't know if you agree that we draft a short decision asking the executive secretariat to circle this. If you agree, we would draft it and present it during the plenary directly. Thank you. So if you agree, we will draft a two-sentence letter, either in today's plenary or tomorrow's plenary. Thank you. With this, we finish the fraud rapporteurship. So as a result of this fraud rapporteurship, we will have two projects of decision, one in two language, 3956, review 2, which is the liaison note to the UIT, result of our work, and a new one, which we will have tomorrow in the plenary of the group. And asking the Secretariat to circle the invitation to participate in the workshop of UIT. If there are no more comments from the floor, we will end this session. Thank you for your presence.
Buenas tardes, les recordamos que a gentileza de CIGET tenemos el coffee break en el food.
That we have the coffee break and the food court thanks to Sihet.
Ahorita está perfecto. ¿Pasa acá o ya no? No, vaya.